board level. This is October 21st for the Girdwood Board of Supervisor meeting, 7 o'clock. The Girdwood Board of Supervisors is subject to the Open Meetings Act. I call the meeting to order. My name is Jerry Fox. I'm the co-chair, Public Safety Supervisor. On my right,
Christina Hendrickson, Parks and Recreation Chair.
on my left,
James Glover, Roads and Utilities.
Aaron Boone, Fire Supervisor.
Mike Edgington, co-chair and land use supervisor.
next up is disclosures. I will start. There's an issue about the Gunnysack Mine Road multifamily housing project. I have I guess a conflict because I live near there. There are also many liquor licenses up for renewal, and I drink at most all those establishments, so I may have a conflict there. So I'm looking to my co-chair to see if those are significant.
Okay. I'm just checking my piece of my code cheat sheet here. I can't find it. Where is it? So there are several steps to decide whether or not you have, let me go to my laptop, give me a second. There are several steps to decide whether you have a conflict of interest or not. And I was going to go through and do it really properly. I think you don't have any financial interest, is that correct?
That's correct?
Actually, just give me a second. Unfortunately, the right piece didn't return.
While he's doing that, I'm going to keep this moving. Christina, any conflicts?
Under new business, the Girdwood Fire Department has put forward a resolution of support. My husband is a volunteer at the Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department.
I don't need to go through all the stuff that Mike does, so I'm going to say that's not a conflict.
Okay.
He'll find out.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a 6-part test. Is the financial private interest substantial part of the matter under discussion? I think yes, it is. Moving on spirit is significant. Does your opinion or your vote substantially vary with the outcome of the official action or your impact? And I think it does. Is it immediate and unknown, or is it conjectural? I think it's in between. Is it significant monetarily? No. Is it of a type generally possessed by the public or a large number of persons to which the member belongs? I think the mine roads, people who live in the mine roads are a fairly significant part of the community, so I think that's not an issue, and any other factors. So I would say on balance, enough people who live in the area and have an opinion that you don't have a special outcome, but if anyone says I do not declare you have a conflict of interest. However, if anyone disagrees, we can put that to the vote.
Is there any concern with financial impacts and property values if the...
That would be very conjectural.
Yeah, I can agree, yeah.
Okay, James, you have any conflicts?
No, I don't.
No, and other than I volunteer for one of the non-profits we're going to discuss later as a volunteer coach.
I don't find that as a conflict. Next up, there's an agenda in front of us. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written, unless anybody's got any changes.
I so move.
All in favor? In front of us are the GBUS LUC joint meeting minutes for approval. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written unless there's somebody wants to change something.
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Which minutes are those?
The GBUS LUC joint meeting minutes from September 16th.
Okay, I wasn't there, so I won't vote.
Then you don't need to vote on the next one either. The September 16th GBUS regular meeting minutes for approval.
I so move.
A second.
All in favor?
I won't on the next one, Mike, because
And
I
the
wasn't there.
September 18th, 2019 nonprofit grant presentation.
Move to approve?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, announcements. The public is encouraged to ask questions, provide comment. Please raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged. Please take side conversations to the foyer. MOA GBUS quarterly meeting Monday, October 28th at 4 p.m. in the Girdwood Community Member. This is when we get to talk to local municipal staff, and it's an open public meeting, so if you have something for the mayor, manager, or anybody, or assemblymen are always there, so if you have any comment for the mayor, you should come. Girdwood Trails Committee plan to apply for recreational trail grants program grant to continue work on the Lower Iditarod National Historic Trail. Phase 2 will improve drainage and trailhead from Girdwood Industrial Park to Coriolis Road along the existing trail alignment. Please provide comments or questions to Margaret and Margaret's email. This is from what I call the dump, up to over here, this road over here. And we've done the lower part earlier this year, and we're going to work on the rest of it next year. Looking for a grant. So, introductions, presentations, report. Girdwood Brewing Company is going to give us a presentation on their expansion of their operation. Josh Hegna.
Hello, neighbors and G-Boss. I'm Josh Hegna. I'm one of the co-founders of Girdwood Brewing Company, and we're excited to announce that we're going to be expanding our operations to the other half of the building. We'll be permitting the entire building, but we won't be increasing the envelope of the building at all. In order to do this, we need to amend our conditional use permit. As part of this process, we'll be having our public meeting on November 11th at the LUC meeting. Well, I don't really need to be here tonight, and without needing any action from you guys, we thought we'd just be transparent, let everybody know what's going on, and if you have any questions, you can contact me or any of my partners. The bulk of our expansion will be to provide room for a professional level canning machine. It requires a lot of room. We'll have a little bit of a tap room overflow area. And yeah, from the beginning, we've been, really open with you guys, and we're committed to being responsible neighbors, giving back to the community and providing a safe and family-friendly environment for everybody. And also, with this expansion, we'll be able to create some more jobs in the community. And lastly, just wanted to announce that this is kind of a little secret bit of info. The firefighter beer has been named. We named it Engine 41. So this Saturday, when you come out to Girdwood Brewing Company, we'll be releasing the beer at 2 o'clock. $1 of every beer that is sold will be going back to the fire department to buy some vacuum sponge. So that's just my little pitch for the fire department. And yeah, if anybody has any questions, you can hit me up now, or swing it in the brewery at any time. But we'll be having our public meeting on November 11th.
Any questions for Josh? Hearing none. That's good, Josh. Thank you for informing the public of your plans, even though you didn't have to come. Subcommittee reports, 3 minutes each. Trails Committee, Carolyn.
Everybody, Carolyn Brodeen, Chair of Trails Committee. We had our regular meeting on October 1st. I actually wasn't able to be there, but thanks to Margaret's marvelous minutes, I'm going to patch in what happened. And I'm also familiar with most of these agenda items. They talked about the hand tram. The hand tram is closed. And currently, we're working with Reed Middleton on the design of a fall net and on both terminals, basically expanding the nets, hopefully preventing any more falls off the hand tram. And the cost estimates for this should be in sometime in November. We're going to be discussing the hand tram throughout the winter. Anybody is always welcome to our meetings to put in any input on the hand tram. Also discussed the Girdwood Trails plan with Christina Hendrickson is kind of spearheading all this, and I assume we'll be hearing more on this later in the meeting. We'll be having our Girdwood Trails Management Plan meeting prior to our regular scheduled Trails Committee meeting on November 5th at 6 p.m. Anybody's welcome to attend. The Trails Management Plan is basically outlines the existing trails in the valley and their maintenance and ownership, etc. We are working on also working on a flow chart on how to people that want to introduce and have new trails approved through the whole through the Girdwood planning process and the municipality. We had a great thing this summer for 2 of our meetings in both June and July. Instead of sitting in here talking about things, we actually did volunteer work out on the trails. It was a great success. We did 3 of those volunteer work parties. We had over 40 volunteers and about 80 hours of work done on trails. It was a lot of fun and a lot of work was done both on Deb's Way and the Lower Iditarod Trail. We also, on September 23rd, we had an informal meeting with residents and trail users that were interested or concerned about the Virgin Creek Trail. I don't know how many of you have been on this. It's an extremely short, little, beautiful little trail that goes up to the Virgin Creek Falls, but it's also extremely popular and being overused, and the trail tread needs some work. The neighbors are also concerned about the speed of traffic and the parking in the area, so we're working on that also this winter. What else we talked about? Bike Alliance gave an update that their up track and flow trail on the upper section is done or being worked on. And Girdwood Nordic Ski Club said they had been working on cleaning up trails from the winter spring storms. We also talked about RTP grant, that we're going to be looking for a letter of support from the GBOS, and I'll talk about that later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Any questions? Brian, land use.
Good evening, everybody. Girdwood Land Use Committee met on October 14th. We had committee reports from Trails Committee. Ron Tenney gave a HLB Commission report discussing the HLB meeting here in Girdwood in September. And then following that meeting, as Carolyn said, there was a hike out to the Virgin Creek Falls Trail. Ron also said the October HLB meeting was mainly focused on Anchorage-based projects, and he reminds all of us to become involved, read and review the 5-year management plan for the HLB. It has a lot to do with Girdwood. Evidently, it has been shortened. It is more user-friendly. We heard from Kyle on the Little Bears rebuild project. Mike Edgington updated us on Girdwood area plan update, GBOS report, Title 21, and the housing working group. For business, last meeting, we had a review of the Girdwood liquor licenses, and those appear on the agenda this evening. And we moved everything forward with no comment and awaiting action from the GBOS this evening. And then next on the agenda was the Gunnysack Mine Road multifamily housing project, and they were seeking a motion from LUC to move a recommendation for GBOS to support a variance request to allow for Sproat Road to be upgraded to Collector Street standard in order to develop the property. We had a lot of discussion on that, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of discussion this evening. So I won't go into the discussions that took place, but at the end of the discussion, there was a motion. Girdwood Land Use Committee moves to recommend that the Girdwood Board of Supervisors write a resolution of support for variance request to allow for Sproat Road not to be upgraded to Collector Street standard in order to develop the property. 5 voted in favor, 10 were opposed, 12 abstained. The motion failed at Land Use Committee and is now before GBOS for action this evening. We finished the evening off with a short discussion of short-term rental impacts on the community, mostly what's going on at the top of Echo Ridge Road. Angie Carroll came again, talked about the status of the 50 short-term rental beds that are at the top of her road, and she also provided us with what they're using in Seward for short-term rental applications. It's an interesting process that we might consider looking at here in the community, and I'm sure Mike has some thoughts on that. So that was the meeting. Looking forward to seeing everybody on November 11th at our next Land Use Committee meeting.
Any questions for Brian?
Thank you.
Thanks. Next on the list, legislative report. Start with Senator Diesel.
I've had several people comment to me how quiet it's been these days. So I'm glad everyone feels that way. That's good. There's still a lot going on in terms of getting ready for next session. But basically, I thought it might be actually most beneficial just to take questions. I don't really have anything specific to report. So if nobody has any questions.
Tommy's got a question way in the back, and I'll think of one.
Did you vote for reducing money for maintenance on the Seward Highway?
I voted for the budget as we restored the vetoes the governor had put in place. I can't tell you right offhand what specifically was in the budget for the Seward Highway, so.
I'll state the question a little differently. We have a large concern over the closing of Silvertip. The DOT is
Yes,
closing
the
that.
DOT station, yes,
And,
yes.
we talked to Senator Machichi about it, and that is a big concern because our firefighters go in that direction
Yes.
sometimes.
Yep.
And we don't want them to be unsafe. And right now, DOT says they're not going to plow at night, and we are very concerned that that road is going to be unsafe. And so, it's a big concern for our community.
I'm well aware of the problem. Only a few years ago, I had the north half of the Kenai Peninsula as part of this district, and I drove it all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I have the same concern. That was not a budget vote. That was a decision the Department of Transportation made on their own. It was not part of a budget.
So is there anything you can do to help get them to change their mind?
Well, yes, and that is what we're working on. Most of the departments have additional funds in places, and that's what the finance team is digging into right now.
Can I also suggest maybe instead of if they need to reduce the amount of miles they're going to maintain, maybe they need to shut down the Seward Highway from Rabbit Creek to Fifth Avenue because there's alternate routes, whereas all these people from Kenai, Seward, everywhere else can't get through, and our firefighters are going to have to go and risk their life to try and save some idiot that goes out there.
Oh, I've been on the road with those idiots. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been on that road when it's been freezing rain and it's an ice skating rink. Driven past dozens, stopped at dozens of accidents. So I know exactly what you're talking about. At the same time, DOT made a decision to shut off the street lights on the Glen Highway in a certain section for a period of time, and the governor unilaterally reversed that decision. So that is the conversation that's going on right now with the administration.
Kyle?
I guess the big question that I've read in those letters is that the DOT blamed it on fuel taxes decreasing, but it doesn't seem like fuel has fluctuated that much to say that a $750,000 loss was happening. And so within the letter I saw from the representatives on the peninsula, they asked for clarification on that. I wonder if your office or anybody has seen that justification for that reduced funding they say come from fuel taxes.
I have not seen their actual numbers, spreadsheet. It is true that fuel consumption has decreased as vehicles have gotten more efficient. It's also a fact that Alaska has the lowest motor fuel tax in the U.S. Senator Bishop does have a bill in the Senate Finance Committee right now that would raise the motor fuel tax, and I can't tell you by how much. I don't remember how many cents. It wasn't even 10 cents as the municipality was doing. I just can't remember how much. But regardless, I would be interested in seeing the spreadsheet why suddenly this year there isn't that amount of money.
Especially with tourism being so hot the last year. So.
Yes, understood.
Other questions for the senator? I guess, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Are you expecting any more special sessions before next year's session starts?
The time has run out for additional special sessions. The governor, should he call one, has to give the legislature 30 days to gather. And what's today, the 21st or something of October? And that would put it right before Thanksgiving, and it's simply impossible to bring people together over the holidays, and he knows that. So no, there will be no third special session. I can say say that with confidence.
We have a local issue with, this is very local, but with our, what we call our swoops, which is our bike paths. And with our bike path, DOT built us a new bike path that we feel as a community is unsafe.
Right.
And we have gotten nowhere and no traction for multiple years. We've finally gotten them to at least start listening to us. And so we think that's positive. We're hoping for a more positive response in the future. But if we don't get that positive response, we'd like your help.
Well, I certainly have been following and reading your minutes and some letters also that have been exchanged. So, yeah, keep me apprised. I'm glad that you're getting some dialogue.
Yeah, we at least have some dialogue now.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a conflict on policy, but if you don't communicate, you'll never get to resolution. So I'm glad DOT is agreeing to dialogue.
Nobody has any questions about PFDs? Come on. Maybe?
Curious, heading into the next session, what do you see as your kind of top 3 agenda items for you, for our district, for maybe that would affect Girdwood? What are your big bucket items?
Well, that's a good question. I took on the job of being the presiding officer of the Senate. And I will tell you, it is a massive amount of work. So I have extremely limited personal legislation. Most of it pertains to healthcare type items. My huge concern is the cost of healthcare in the state. This is not the first time I've talked about it here. And therefore, the cost of insurance premiums. Families simply can't afford it and are leaving. So that's kind of the main issue that I work on, quite honestly. I do team up with Jennifer Johnston, who also has a role in leadership in the House. She, of course, is one of the co-chairs of the House Finance team. So certainly the finance issues, appropriation requests from Girdwood would get firsthand attention from her as well as myself, though I do anticipate, I am hearing that the governor is planning to submit a budget that will be another $400 million reduction. I have heard that his request to department heads is another 15% reduction in department budgets. That's a pretty big further reduction. I'm concerned about DOT, of course, education, Department of Natural Resources, who protects our lands and waters, Department of Environmental Conservation. These departments are running pretty slim on staff to begin with, and so I'm concerned about that. You may have seen recently the Attorney General opine that the Alaska Hire law that we've had in place for decades is unconstitutional. I'm pretty concerned about that. We're about Alaskans being employed first in these jobs. And so the Senate at least is pushing back on that. I expect the Speaker of the House will also push back. The Speaker and I have found multiple lanes of alignment. And so the legislature has had a pretty robust pushback on many of the governor's reductions in areas where we feel it affects families and businesses and Alaska jobs.
Or any other questions from the crowd? I'll ask this question, but I know the answer. No new taxes.
No new taxes?
That's what you were going to say. I am for an income tax. And I would say if I asked the majority of people in this room how many people would be for an income tax, I'd probably be half and half. That's just a guess.
Yep.
But there's not even a thought about it within the legislature. And I think we have to at some point realize that we need a new revenue stream. And we can't rely on the PFD for the rest, for eternity. It just isn't going to work with lower oil rates. You have a comment?
That's about the feedback that I get in email from around the district. A lot of folks saying that we needed an income tax. And And that will be an interesting discussion that I'd be glad to have sometime and bring you actually some figures. Governor Walker proposed at least 3 versions of an income tax, and it brings in surprisingly small amount of money. We simply don't have millionaires, or not very many of them, at least living in Alaska. There are certainly other taxes that are under consideration. Again, Senator Bishop has the education head tax. Again, remember, perhaps if you've lived here very long, we used to have an education head tax that every employed person paid with their first paycheck. I think it was $5. Might have been more than that, but he is proposing resurrecting that head tax to make sure that education is not short-funded anymore. I think he's proposing $100 a head, which also reminds me, the legislature filed a lawsuit against the governor related to education funding. We had forward-funded this year's education. The governor felt that was unconstitutional. We took him to court. We will have a judgment by November 8th on whether the legislature prevails in passing a law, which is signed into law by a governor, and then any other governor has to enforce.
My thought on income tax is, I worked on the slope for many years, and there are a lot of out-of-state people that work on the slope. There's a lot of out-of-state people that work in the fishing industry. And to get some revenue, even though I know it won't fill the budget, 500 million, whatever it is state income tax, somewhere in that range. 4. Okay, 4 or 5. But it gives, and it also gives the people in the state a stake in their government. And I think that's important to say that, we're just not living off the government, that we're helping to fund it. So
I agree.
That's important. So,
yes. And another factoid that we found out through the at least 3 permutations of an income tax, less than 50% of Alaskans would have a tax liability.
Yes.
So only, less than 50% would have a stake in. I mean, it's a good argument. I agree with your argument.
But again, those 50% are low-income people.
True, but they're also the consumers of the services, the most expensive services. And so then you have to ask questions about equity. Certainly a sales tax is the most equitable. The wealthy person who's buying a boat would pay the most versus a lower income person that's buying a used bicycle. Or, that's a weird example, but it's an example.
I don't go on.
All right, well,
I find sales tax to be regressive taxes. We get it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
I very much appreciate it. We appreciate it. Josh, you want to give a assembly?
Well, I'll make it pretty quick. Hi everybody, my name is Joshua Spring. I'm the assembly aide for Suzanne LaFrance. I've been sent here tonight with 2 objectives really. One was to basically kind of ask the group, but I see it's very much on the agenda. What is it that you need your assembly representatives to know about how you feel about the historic preservation of the old fire hall in relation to the Little Bears redevelopment? And we also want to make sure we know what does your assembly need to know from you guys about the variance request from a developer in relation to Sprout Road. So I'm going to be hanging out for a bit, and kind of the idea is to see what is it that John Weddleton and Suzanne LaFrance need to know about these very, very local issues. District 6 is a big district, yeah, but we want to make sure we know what it is that we can do to either help this situation, or is this something that needs to get figured out here tonight before the assembly can take any kind of action. So I guess that's what I'm here to ask. Sorry, that was a mouthful.
Yeah, and those come up later in the meeting, so we won't talk about those now. Well, you can wait and listen, but yeah.
All right. Well, that's all I got, guys.
Any questions about the assembly? Anchorage politics?
One of the main issues going on is setting up.
Let's see.
Plastic bags are done now.
Yeah. Let's see. So Suzanne also did give me the regular report here. She wanted me to go on to say a couple things. Sorry, I had it right here. Tell folks that we'll be voting on on-site inhaled marijuana in April. Suzanne wants to go on to say that she's going to be a no vote. Her concern is that people are going to go get high and then they're going to go drive somewhere to get in a wreck. And that's why that vote has Suzanne's definite no. I don't see that vote moving anytime soon. also wanted to go on to say that the 2020 budget process is starting. I'm glad that I was here a little bit early to listen to part of the budget talks going on with the fire department. The biggest complaint I hear about CIP request lists from community councils is that they get ignored and that people don't feel like all the work that you put into it got noticed in terms of the final budgets that the city puts out. So I guess what I'd like to do on that is just make sure I keep my ear to the ground and find out what it is that you guys need for your CIP request lists so that John and Suzanne can put as much effort as possible into making sure we can get those into the budget when the time comes. Because as tricky as those are to get through, we want to make sure that we know exactly what it is that you need and that that's exactly the items that we're fighting for. So I think that that's kind of it. We're also going to be taking a dive into making sure that the municipality is cyber secure. I think it got people a little bit riled up in some departments when the Matsu Borough had a cybersecurity threat. We want to make sure that that does not happen in the municipality of Anchorage. So Suzanne, John, and the rest of the assembly team will be taking some time to look into that. I think that's all I've really got at the moment. I'd love to try to field any questions if I can.
I'm going to ask you a question. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. What's CIP mean?
Oh, CIP means Capital Improvement Project List. So when this board meets, I'm a little more familiar with how community councils function. I know Girdwood Board of Supervisors is kind of the next step up in terms of organization and how you guys get things through. But it's like when I spent all those years working in the Fairview Community Council, they'd all get together and say, well, we need to make sure we have money for this street in particular. We need to make sure that these wires are grounded in particular in that alley. Very specific community requests to make sure that the municipality has their thumb on the pulse of what the community actually needs in terms of money. I think that's what I hope that was sufficient.
Louis?
Yeah, I hope that you'll tell our representative that it's not particularly true that people get into wrecks after they get high. And if she was really concerned about it, that she would cancel every liquor license, because it is seriously true that people do get into wrecks after they drink.
I think that's a very fair argument. I don't think there's any more questions. I'm really grateful to be here. I always love driving out to see you guys. So thank you for your time, and I'll be sticking around.
Thanks for coming out. What's up next? Girdwood Area Plan. Are you doing this, Mike, or is there somebody there?
Just a gentleman. Actually, I see Brendan out there. Do you want to say anything? No? We can both stand up here and see what we record. All right. So none of the officers are here, so Brendan and I are both at the last meeting. So,
yeah, I think the major thing, well, maybe it's not the major thing, but what...
sorry, we have to stop without touching.
One of the big next steps would be, Imagine Girdwood is having a series of stakeholder meetings before some of the next, well, actually the design is to sort of have it as part of the regular meetings every month. And we're moving through 4 areas, and I'm not sure if they've all been decided on, but recreation is one of them. It's going to be the first. And it's mostly because we have the most sort of, the best handle on sorry for that. And so I'm not sure if that's going to happen at the upcoming meeting, but probably within the next
2 months. Yeah, we're going to the Imagine Girdwood. We shouldn't call it area plan anymore. The Imagine Girdwood is going to be in contact with community groups and the population in general about initially it's recreation, and then we'll have deep dives into transportation, housing, and economic development and sustainability. Then 4 groups. So basically, if you're involved in any groups in the community or you're just interested, either come along to the next meeting, which is on this Wednesday, or look out for communications from Imagine Girdwood out to your other groups in the community. That's enough.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Claire, our library report.
Hello everyone, I'm Claire, I'm the Garrish Library Manager. The Garrish Library was open for 156 hours and had 2,696 visitors for the month of September. This week we have a lot of programs. It's ASD half days and in-service days. So Wednesday at 2 we have drop in arts and crafts. It's just, we have all of our arts and crafts supplies and can come make stuff. So that's Wednesday at 2. Thursday at 2 is fantastic bridges. We'll have various ways kids can experiment and build bridges. So that'll be fun. Thursday at 2 for bridges. Friday at 3:30 is video game on. That's every Friday at 3:30. We have our Wii, we have our Xbox, and kids can play games. And then Saturday at 1 o'clock for kids and families is a costume dance party. I'm looking forward to that one. Should be fun. So Saturday at 1, costume dance party for kids and families. Family story time every Friday at 11. Baby time every Thursday at 12. And another fun news, whatever. There's November 16th, we're having another book sale. So November 16th, it's a Saturday, we'll be having a book sale that supports this building, our library, and as well as the Friends of the Library. They're letting us use their books again. So please come and buy materials and volunteer if you can. We do need volunteers for the day to help with the sale on the day before for setup. If you'd like to volunteer, you can come talk to me. Call me 343-4024 and sign up. It's just a couple hour shifts for each day. And yeah, as always, I proctor. If you're a student doing distance learning or an online program of something, let me know. We can set up proctoring. It's pretty easy to do it here. I just need several days in advance to get approved by your institution. So like, call me at least the week before or stop by so we can set that up. And as always, facebook.com/APLGarish. We post all of our events and big news. Yeah, any questions?
As always, thanks, Claire.
All right, thank you.
Kyle, manager report.
Good evening, I'm Kyle Kelly, the Girdwood Service Area Manager. Starting out with parks, all our seasonal positions and contracts have concluded for the year. We thank you to David, who is our seasonal employee, and Emily, who is our park host. They did a wonderful job for us this summer. We should be expecting here in the winter report from our invasive weed contractor. He'll come and give a follow-up as to what they tackled this year and how their efforts went. Moving into winter, Margaret and I will be taking over maintenance that David was doing during the summer. So if you see a trash can that's full out there or a mud pit that's empty, let us know. And we thank everybody for getting trash and your dog waste to the garbage can. We'll take care of the rest. So thank you. But if you need to let us know, our phone number is 343-8373 there. The campground is closed for the season. And then for beautification, we are still, as we can, get around cutting everything back and closing up for the season out there. We did get done with moving all the leaves, at least the first major round from the playground, skate park, and tennis courts, but we'll try to keep up with what's remaining coming down, so it makes it so much easier in the spring just to get out there and enjoy it once the snow melts away. As for other park areas, the baseball field is done, but I'd like to congratulate the Little League Fall League team. First time Girdwood ever had a fall league, and they were using the field during the day or during the week and then playing 2 games a week in town, so congratulations to them. The Little Bears playground we plan for next year is to stain the playground, add more sand to the sandbox, and take care of adding more wood chips in there. We did get through all the repairs that were required from the assessment. We had other associates who helped lead the build of the playground and design it. They came out and gave us an assessment, and we completed mostly everything on that list. So it's looking pretty good for almost a 15-year-old playground. Lions Club, we'll be working with them this winter on a land, water, and conservation grant to apply for a gazebo to build over at Lions Club Park over there. We're just waiting for that application to come out live so we can apply for it. And then the tennis courts, we're seeking volunteers this Wednesday at 1 o'clock to help come take down the wood nets for the winter over there and get those stored away. It won't take more than an hour, especially with many hands, so if you have time at 1 o'clock this Wednesday, come on out, and we're going to do it rain or shine. And disc golf, we had a very successful, there was a very successful tournament put on by the Disc Golf Association on October 12th. That makes 2 that they play a year here. focusing in on our plans for spring work over there. We have definitely some ramp rebuilds. We're slowly trying to replace all the non-treated wood ramps over there, with treated wood. And then they have a goal-raising fund that they like to do. So look for them probably at the Christmas Bazaar first. And then we'll probably see them up at a resort event in March for a fundraising event there. Carolyn talked about the Girdwood Trails Committee there and the things that we're trying to accomplish through there. Yes, and we are applying for another grant to finish that next phase of the Diderot Trail there. Tonight we'll be talking about the nonprofit grants and going over that. As for other grants we have out there, we are working with we have several KMTA grants, 2 of them. One for new trail signs that was awarded. That will be focused. This will be a prototype project that we will do on the Beaver Pond, and this will sort of set what we're going to do for trail signage associated with Girdwood trails. Hopefully look forward to the future, so we look forward to get started on that this winter. And then we have a current RTP grant. We will be doing some work on the Lower Diderot probably here over the next couple of weeks with our contractor Andy Hemland. As his time frees up, we're going to try to finish up with the remaining funding we have in the existing grant. So there'll probably be some work being done directly right behind the AU treatment plant down there to work with the tread and put some gravel in that location. And then, as always, Margaret does a wonderful job of keeping us updated on our Facebook and our website. And if you need any information, feel free to call us as it goes. Switching over the roads, as of last week, summer road maintenance program kind of wrapped up. We finished our last project on Friday, and we are currently, or the contractor currently is switching all, if not most of its gear, over to winter operations. They've already done about half. They have a few left to do. We've taken possession of 1,000 E-chips. That's the sanding material that we use out there for traction control, and we've stacked and prepared that for winter. And we have currently a humongous brush pile down there, and our contractor, Hydroax, will be coming in to hopefully chip that up here in the coming weeks. They've been delayed because they've been so busy down on the Swan Lake fire, cleaning up down there. Since the last GBOS meeting, we took possession of the E-chips. We've been pothole patching, grading. We've done drainage improvements and culvert work on Alley Escoview, Higher Terrace, and Gold Road. And we've had brushing in many areas throughout town. And then we dealt with all our unusable material, all our sort of dig out material. We've either given that to local residents who wanted to fill for their property, or we disposed of it in Anchorage at the Sand Lake pit up there, and we recycled all metal culverts. So the yard is pretty much ready for winter. As for major projects, the one that we have going on currently and still is not finished yet, but hopefully will be in November, is the pedestrian crosswalk flasher. You may notice it out there. 4 of the flashers have been put up. 4 more are going to be put up. What we're waiting on is the arrival of 2 new overhead lamps for that intersection out there. And once those come in, then the whole system can be put up and put into action. So look for November for the new pedestrian crosswalk flasher system to go out there. And so what that will be is when you walk up to the intersection and you want to cross the road, you can push a button and there'll be a rapid flashing beacon that will go and alert drivers that there are people there at the intersection. So we hope that improves the safety, especially for our children trying to cross the road there at that intersection. For those who have been involved, this has been a long process to get to this point. And so we just need 30 more days, and hopefully done, and we get this system working for the community out there. So we're just waiting on the last of the rivals from the lower 48. Another project we completed in the last month is on High Tower Road, right across from the Merck. We removed the bump out there. For those involved with maintenance of that street, that has been a nuisance for us for many years, the way that it was designed. It collected water on the backside, dammed up the inlet, and then it just turned into a pool there. So that bump out being gone, we've already seen great results with the water getting right to the inlet and working really well. And the contractor actually did a fairly quick job on that, and a good job. So we appreciate that in that aspect. Another thing that we've been working on, has been mentioned tonight, is that we're working on a TORA, actually several TORAs. With the TORA is a transfer of responsibility agreement between us and the state. And 2 of them that we're working on is, one is to allow for the service area to purchase signs and put them into the basically the swoops out there to prevent people from driving on the swoops. It's been a big problem this last summer that we've seen rise up. And so the DOT gave us permission to do it. And so actually I just found out today the signs are so maybe this week you'll start to see these signs appear out there. And basically, if somebody drives onto the swoop, they got to drive over the sign or push it out of the way. They essentially have to like do something, which we will see if that even stops them. So, but it's a move forward. It's a way for us to make it safer. The other thing that we'll be purchasing and installing in the spring, and this is the service area taking care of this. This isn't DOT, so this will be your local tax dollars at work, is putting stencils onto the pathway itself that says pedestrian, like a bike and walker only type of thing. So that's another thing they'll have to see and drive over if they're going to miss that. So those type of things we're working forward slowly with on DOT, and part of that is getting this agreement together. We know the agreement's going to signature phase, so I ordered all the equipment, and so we'll hopefully get it out there and install, and then be enjoy it for a little bit. If the snow gets too thick, we're going to probably have to remove it like we do with the crosswalk signs out here, and then we'll put it back out in spring. The other TORA, which they're trying to combine these two TORAs together, is that the DOT has agreed to reimburse the community for the flasher system out here. So that's almost $300,000. So
nice work.
Community.
I want to hear it.
And what money we don't spend out of it, they will use to reimburse us for what we purchase on the pathway out there too. So that's good news, and we appreciate DOT.
It's great news.
It was some money that was still remaining from the improvement projects that are out here, and so once they closed that, they were able to work with us to get that money back. So that's something we're working forward right now. Quickly on budgets, the Girdwood service area has an undesignated basically savings account of $335,000. We have, for the last month, our road invoice from the Coolico, the road contractor, was for $21,000. We really ramped things down into September as we had a pretty busy summer with projects. So far for the year, we spent $427,000 with the contractor of our $600,000 budget. That leaves us right where we want to be for enough revenue to finish out the year for snow removal and winter maintenance. So we should have a surplus out of that road budget coming into end of the year. Unless we get hit by a huge snowstorm, and I'll be totally happy to spend all that money. So far we got 69% of our budget spent. For parks, we only show right now about half of our budget spent for parks, but we actually have several large bills that just haven't been paid out yet. So we'll be doing that, and also we'll be transferring our contribution to our capital savings account from there, so that would actually quickly suck up the rest of the budget for this year for parks. But we should be, once again, under budget this year for parks. Police, we've spent 65% of our budget. We make monthly payments for our police contracts, so that will be used up as we get to the end of the year here as we go forward. And then the fire department has been paid out 89% of their budget. The only thing left remaining with the fire department's budget is to put the capital contribution over to their capital savings account. So we're getting towards the back half of the year. We're definitely in the fourth quarter, so we'll be closing out those accounts as we get into December. And then one thing we like to just give a highlight on is Margaret and I got invited to the Matsu Borough to meet with their public safety committee up there. It's funny, the borough now is going through what we went through 4 years ago, where there's decreased troopers there, and there are residents who are getting very concerned about the lack of service, basically response to calls. And so they are going through what we went through about what do we do, and we gave them a full scenario, and they've said they've talked about Girdwood extensively as an example of how they dealt with the problem and how we solved it. And so they were very interested to hear about what we did and how it's worked out. And so it was good to share our experience with them. They have a very large area out there compared to what we have in Girdwood here, but they're dealing with some of the same issues that we did, just on a larger scale. So that's all I got. Any questions?
I have one.
Sure.
Maybe a couple. I heard the other day, people drive around Town Square Park. You ever heard of that?
Well, we did once. Yeah, that person had to get towed out. But
Well, this was multiple times people saw this. We heard this at the Coffee with Cops. Anyways, I don't know whether we need something in there too.
Well, if you see it happening, we actually request you call the cops first, but then we can put rocks in there. We prefer not to.
Okay.
It hasn't been a problem in the past.
Okay. I was going with this DOT Torah, is there any talk about future upgrades to the bike path? Have you had any discussion at all?
No, I think at first we agreed upon the general aspects of putting these safety features in, but I think that's a larger discussion about coming up with funding. They basically tell us if you can come up with the funding, then we'll make those improvements. The funding is significant for those improvements. So I think we're trying to chop off the low-hanging fruit at this point and keep pushing on that aspect.
There was a discussion of restriping. So striping, so the shoulder is reserved for vehicles and not for the bike path. That was part of that initial discussion. Is that going to be another topic?
No, that will be part of this. That's the third phase of this Torah would be to go and stripe it better so that you aren't being pushed all the way out to the white line next to traffic. It gives a little bit of a buffer going through that sweep section, but I think one thing that people would love to see is the rebuild of those sweeps so that they're further back, like you see mostly everywhere else where these sweeps are. But it comes down to having the money, and we're really pushing on DOT to find those sources of money, but as we can see with them closing Silvertip, that is not within their maintenance fund. It would be something of a larger, maybe federal fund that would have to happen.
So the restriping would move the bike path about 3 to 4 feet away from the road, but we really want it more than 6 feet away, and that requires rebuild.
Any other questions for Kyle? Thanks, Kyle. There's a lot of people here today, so I will make one comment. Our community is extremely lucky for the municipal police staff, Margaret and Kyle. They do a great, great job, and we're very, very lucky. Thanks for all the work that you do. Next up, public safety. That's me. We're working a contract with Whittier, which will come up later in the meeting. Municipal Legal Department, the Whittier Legal Department, and PSAC have agreed to the contract, and we're going to vote on it later this evening. On Saturday, we had coffee with cops over at the Picnic Club, and Tommy arranged it and helped organize and introduce the cops, and it was a great event. It's another one of those things where it really helps our community to have this community policing model where we feel like the police are here and doing what we'd like, and it was a good event. Tommy, you got a comment on that?
Yeah, one of the neat things about community policing, and that was a great example of it, is that we talked with Chief O'Shea. My name is Tommy O'Malley. One of the great things about community policing is that when we were at the Coffee with the Cops, Chief O'Shea was there, and we talked to him about the new pedestrian-activated stoplights, and he offered to have his officers go to the school and teach the kids how to use them, and maybe bring them down to the pedestrian-activated lights and show them how they actually work. And he also offered, when they first get in operation, to have an officer stationed there at that intersection so that when lights go off, the people see, yes, this is really the law. And that kind of presence is a great prevention and a great safety thing. And I don't know if we asked the state troopers that they would be so amenable to our community requests as our police department are. Thank you.
Thanks, Tommy. Speaking of our police department, Chief O'Shea, you want to give a little report?
Good evening, I'm Andre Shea. I'm the Director of Public Safety for City of Whittier and Chief of Police for Whittier Police Department. I'm just going to give you a recap. I was late on last month's monthly report. So the monthly stats for September of 2019. The Whittier Police Department responded to 53 calls for service in the Girdwood service area here. That doesn't include just the normal routine patrol we conduct daily in Girdwood. Of the 53 calls for service, 15 were traffic type violations, traffic stops, DUI, citywide reckless driving type reports. 5 were security checks, 6 were suspicious persons, suspicious activities, suspicious vehicle incidents, 7 were burglary, theft, or trespassing, property type violations, or calls for service. Only 1 intoxicated pedestrian incident, disturbance, which includes assaults, disorderly conducts were 8, welfare checks were 3 in the area. We had no minor consuming alcohol type events that we responded to, and requests for patrol requests for specific areas received 1, and 7 civil or other calls for service, which includes animal calls, civil calls, processes of that nature. So the total was 53. On top of that, we, in between Girdwood and Whittier, we also responded to 3 agency assists or others, because that's technically not in Whittier or Girdwood service area. But if Anchorage or not, one of our officers in commute between both areas see something, they'll stop on. Well, mostly it's going to be vehicles on the side of the road or pedestrians or motorists that need assistance. On top of that, we maintained, especially this last during October, where Whittier started to phase down from the summer season and Girdwood started to pick up. We actually, for this month, next month, when we get a report, we had a little bit more calls for service in the Girdwood service area. And one thing we did is this last Saturday, we had coffee with the cops, so I can thank Tom for hosting that event and putting it together. It was quite successful. And same thing, and besides Tom there, Jerry was there as well. And we had a good rapport with the community. Some kids came up. One of our officers that was on duty was in uniform. We nicknamed him Officer Iron Man because he was wearing a little body-worn camera over here that flashed different colors. So when the kids went up, he did his little animation when he pressed the button. So the kids got a kick out of that. They also took a tour of the police car, played with the buttons and things like that. So one of the big things in both communities is we're a small department, we're a partner community. So if you have anything you need, just ask. The worst I could say is no, or the worst officer could say no, but they won't know until you ask. One of the things we continually do is as community events happen here, we're going to try to be in this service area as well as the other, but it depends what type of events are going on. For this month, we have no special events permits that were asked of us. So besides the Oktoberfest they had in September last month, no other activities for this month. We will with this month coming up with Halloween coming up in both communities. I'll have officers in both areas. In the Girdwood area, generally they shut down Chateau Road. They're off of Timberline. I'll have an officer in that area as well as in Whittier will have an officer in that area. That way the kids see the visible presence of the officers. And the kids also understand that police officers are not something to be afraid of. There's someone there to help and they'll direct you if you're lost, ask us. If you need help, especially with the dedicated crosswalk, that's something I like to do, like my officers all work. So with that, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I have in my other agencies, I haven't looked at it recently. What I would have to do is check with our legal. I don't see an issue with that, but we can do that. But the one thing just to be aware, if you do a ride-along request with Whittier Police Department, you may be going from Girdwood to Whittier and vice versa. Okay? But yeah, I will look into that and I'll get back with Kyle as to what our legal says.
Any other questions? Thanks, Steve. PSAC, I don't know, Wade or anybody want to give any, he's walking out. I was at the last PSAC meeting, it was mostly on the contract, which we're going to talk about later. Next up, roads and utility, James.
I think Kyle covered it all.
Parks and Rec, Christina?
Carolyn and Kyle covered a lot of the content, but since I have such a captive audience right now and I don't have to wait until later in the meeting, I do want to encourage anybody who uses our trails here in Girdwood to mark 5th of November at 7 p.m. to please come to the next Girdwood Trails Committee meeting. We will be discussing in great detail the Girdwood Trails Plan that we have secured funding and a contractor for, and I'm very excited to be moving along the next steps. We've received a lot of in-kind support from the Heritage Land Bank as well as the U.S. Forest Service, and I've kind of been bird dogging this a bunch for the past 6 months, and I'm glad to see it finally come to fruition. So if you want to have a hand in talking about how our trails will be scoped and used in the next 5 to 10 years, I'd love to hear your input, as well as if you know anybody in the community that is an avid trail user that we have not yet reached out to, please let them know. 7 p.m. Tuesday, 5th of November in here. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Next up, we got Fire Department. Aaron.
Girdwood Fire and Rescue has been working with AFD to update their contract, and Jerry and I have been attending those meetings. They've had 2 so far. The big issues that have come up for discussion are what should be the minimum staffing model for EMS and fire, and that we need to be adequately reimbursed for EMS area-wide responses, so like out on the Seward Highway. Right now, we're reimbursed by Anchorage about $200,000, is that right? For EMS, and it's, the numbers are looking like about $500,000 per year are spent, so we'll be working with the Muni to try to get that figured out. They're using the Chugiak contract, which was recently renewed as a starting point, and kind of we're going through all of it and discussing all the sections as they apply to Girdwood. Is there anyone from the fire department that wants to talk, or? Michelle is on a much-deserved vacation, but I wanted to say this Saturday there is a 60-year anniversary celebration for the fire department, starting 11:30 to 1:30, 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the fire station for the alumni potluck, helmet ceremony, and photos. And then from 2 to 6 p.m. at the Girdwood Brewery, keg tapping of a beer brewed in honor of the legacy of service of our community volunteers. Should be a fun time. That's all I have.
Aaron, if I may add, in our chief's packet, we also got notified that on Halloween itself, from 6 to 9 at the intersection of Alpena Way and Barron Avenue, the fire department is hosting a Not Every Hero Wears a Cape, Plan and Practice Your Escape for Halloween safety and outreach. So I know that I've already bought a ton of candy for the event to give to the fire department. So as you're out and about trick-or-treating that evening, again, from 6 to 9 on the 31st at the intersection of Alpena Way and Barron Avenue.
Otherwise known as Cabana Land.
Did you want to say anything about there's been an academy, and I think there's another one planned?
Is that on here? I don't have the dates for that, but yeah, it looks like the 4th Academy with 7 new responders was completed October 20th. They currently have 39 active responders. I know they're always looking for new volunteers, especially Girdwood residents.
I believe there's another academy planned early next year, but I don't remember the dates.
Yeah, in the spring, yeah.
Thanks, Aaron. Next up, land use, Mike, and do all of them together.
Yeah, this will be quick. First item, Brian covered land use meeting. There's another item which is kind of related to land use, which is also related to recreation. As you may or may not have seen in the news media recently, the DNR changed the way, or proposing some changes to the way they do permitting for heli skiing and also cat skiing at the upper end of the valley. And the situation at the moment appears to be that there's no way of actually getting a permit to run cat skiing at the moment. So it looks like there may or may not be, probably won't be any grooming on the cat track this year, unless things change, and things could change. But if you have an opinion on this, DNR are the people to speak to, and we'll have more information, I think, in the near future about the best way to contact them. But that's something I recently became aware of. Is there anything you have from HLB on land use, Robin? Okay. Title 21, Chapter 9 review, parking requirements. I discovered recently a slight hiccup in our process, which I'm dealing with, a mistake on my part. So that should be progressing faster as of this week. The meeting we had on Title 21, Chapter 9, last week we identified 1 or 2 things we could continue to look at, but really we're waiting for the area plan to give us more general direction of what changes the community wants to see in the land use plan. Housing Working Group, we've had a couple of meetings recently. The one last week was very lively. We learned a lot about a number of different topics. We have another meeting planned for next month. It'll be the land uses on the 11th, it'll be the 13th. And we're going to discuss sort of structures and community organizations that could perhaps help us in the future with housing in the community. Particularly, Community Land Trust is one of the ideas that one of our regular attendees is very interested in. So they're going to give a presentation on that. And we may touch on some other issues about other housing organizations. We're also looking at the potential of some kind of regulation around short-term rentals. We're not going to be discussing that next month, but we will be discussing that the following month. Any questions?
Thanks, Mike. Next up, public comment. Persons offering public comment must state their full name and address. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person and must be on subjects not listed on the agenda. Do I see any requests for public comment from the audience? Seeing none, I will continue on to old business. Agenda item LUC 190804. Proposed GBOS resolution of support for a $2.2 million bonding package to rebuild community building to be used as child care center in the current location of Little Bears and Glacier City Hall.
So I'll start off with this, but we do have a resolution that we would like for the board to consider tonight. But we have some topics we want to talk about in advance coming out of last month's meeting. One is the review. Let me just give a quick update on this project if you don't understand what's happening. Basically, we are proposing a $2.2 million bond that the Girdwood service area would vote upon along with the rest of Anchorage, but the Girdwood service area would be responsible for paying back. The rest of Anchorage would. It'd just be the service area of Girdwood. And that bond would be for the rebuild of the community buildings currently over there, with one community building, the two buildings over there, the old Glacier City Hall, the old fire station, and the existing Little Bears building would be demolished, and a new building would be built that would be community owned and would be built for housing a Little Bears daycare program, a Little Bears Playhouse. And so with that, we have gone through the process of developing a plan for it, and it's basically a schematic layout, a design of what the building would look like, and how it would sit on the property. And as we've been going through this process, it was pointed out to us that this building, the two buildings currently there, could be considered historic. Within the municipality of Anchorage, there's a Heritage Preservation Commission, and their work is to recognize historic features within the community, from buildings to trails to features that basically give a history of the community. And in Anchorage, anything basically over 30 years old can be considered historic. We're a young state, we're a young town compared to, say, the lower 48. And so our buildings are young, but as they grow older, they carry some history with them. And so with that, part of the process here is I attended a historic commission meeting, which was hosted right here in this room in August, and presented what we are planning to do with this project. And part of that would be taking down the old buildings and building new ones. So what's there would be gone, so that'd be a loss of history. But the idea would be to retain that history in some sort of other fashion, either through interpretive displays, a plaque that goes on the new building, or something maybe tied up in our 1% for the yard, similar to what we see out here in the hallway. Every building that is municipal built has to include a 1% of total construction costs dedicated to art. Within that area, that can be, the scope of work for that can be dictated by what the community wants. Like we did over here at the fire station, they really want to sort of Girdwood theme within the fire station. You'll see the stained glass in the windows over there that were created along with the art that Don Garrity did within the fire station. So there are different ways to commemorate the building. One thing that we want to know with the community is where the community stands on preserving these buildings. If there's a strong feeling within the community that they want to keep the buildings, then this project stops. This idea of rebuilding Little Bears on this location would stop because we would preserve those buildings as historic buildings and then find some way to restore them and turn it into. We've received 3 feedback so far, written feedback on it. We've received from verbal, but really what the substantial feedback we've received is written. We've received basically a written letter, which you have in your packets, that one person would like to preserve the old Glacier City Hall, the old fire station, and turn it into a museum or a visitor information center in that aspect. We've received comment on the fact that there should be a larger discussion process about the historic nature preservation of the valley, not just looking at this building itself, but a lot of other things within the community that should be thought about and preserved in a way to retain the history of Girdwood better in that aspect. And then we've also received a comment today that was laid on the table, I think we included with these packets as we could, that they're supportive of the history, but they also see the strong need for child care, and that this project would be a positive for the community to help support the growth out there. With one of those letters, one thing I want to point out is that it was implied that my office hasn't been transparent about this process going through it. We've tried to include this historic aspect or preservation aspect about it as we've gone through the public meetings here. I'll be honest, and I've dealt with this type of topic before, but we try to include it as we present it to the community about what we're trying to accomplish with this project, and also get feedback from those in the community about where they feel these buildings either should be preserved or the history retained in some other way in that aspect. So this will be the 4th meeting that we have talked about it, and so we're still collecting feedback. We'd like to take that feedback to the Historic Preservation Commission. We're meeting with them on Thursday about this project, and we'd like to deliver it to them as much as we can. So if you do have feedback related to those buildings, you feel strongly you'd like to preserve those buildings, or you feel strongly one way or the other how to preserve the history about those buildings, we would like to see that in writing if possible. It's much easier to deliver that to them than us trying to deliver the verbal message we get from people face to face. But if that's the only thing you have to do, we can also deliver that as well. But we plan to meet with them Thursday to give them this input so they can actually give some feedback to us as to what they think the community should do. Now, the way I've understood historic preservation, or say taking a building and putting it on the registry, it is really at the property owner's desire to do that. So they do a lot of tax incentives to community or property owners to say, you know, we'll give you a break on your property tax or different tax forms to help you preserve that building. And so really it's at the motivation of the property owner to do it. And in this case, those 2 buildings over there are owned by the muni, which really means it's owned by the community here. So that's what we're seeking in that aspect. One other thing I want to point out, and you've read these letters, is that there is a postscript on one of the letters that says that Little Bears has been offered land that they would own from the resort to build on the resort up there and do that. That surprised me when I received this letter last Friday, and I've asked Little Bears about that, and they have not, and I've asked Alyeska Resort if they have made that offer, and they say they have not either. So I wanted to be stating true fact here that isn't true in that aspect. But that said, Alyeska Resort is very interested in childcare for the community and has aspirations to provide better childcare for their staff and also for their guests who come and stay. And so as we work along these lines, Alyeska is also working along their lines to figure out what they can do. And Little Bears is meeting with them as well to find out, is there a reliable resource up there to maybe create a child care center up there that doesn't duplicate services in that aspect. And so as we go down the road and we maybe come to a juncture where maybe there's something better with Alyeska resort, we may abandon this whole bond issue. But as time goes on, sort of the clock is ticking on that building. That building is not in good shape, and it's in poor shape, I'll say that. And we are concerned about keeping a service alive for a community that really needs it. And so we're trying to work along these avenues as we push forward in that aspect. So that's where we're at on the project. And so before we move on to the next subject, I'd love to open up the floor for anybody who has any comments about, especially with preservation, the historic aspect about those buildings over there and what your thoughts are along those lines.
So let's start with the board first, and board can always come in, but Christina, you have a comment?
Thank you. I want to say that there's been a lot of work over the past couple of years to get us to the point where we can recognize a bond issue going forward. We've had a lot of in-kind support in design from Karen Zaccaro, and we've had countless meetings and a very active board over at Little Bears who have shown up in record numbers at land use meetings in support of this. That said, I would like to plan for the worst but hope for the best. I'd like to continue down the path of the bond so that it can be timely because of the issues at the building. At the same time, as we've looked over the past couple of months, we've had presentations on a potential 20,000 square foot facility at Alyeska that will add personnel and families to the valley. I don't know where they're going to live, and I don't know where their kids are going to go to childcare, but I do have a concern that the design that we are proposing in this bond might already be at capacity based on this additional growth of that retail sector. So if there is an opportunity for Little Bears to continue collaborating with Alyeska so that a larger facility that can be more accommodating can be found, I don't know what that answer is right now, and I don't think either one of those parties do either. But I think that the moving forward on the bond that we've tirelessly need to get onto the ballot for April needs to continue. I'll leave my historic preservation comments to place in writing, as you've requested, as a resident of Girdwood before Thursday's meeting.
Other board members?
I'll just say, I think I agree with Christina that we should continue on the path to getting the bond, and if we get new information in the next month or two, then we can change our mind, but it is getting short, I know, for getting bonds on the ballot, so I would be in January. We have to have our stuff in by January.
Mike?
At the risk of being repetitive, I'm going to say the same thing. We have until we can change our minds and withdraw the bond, or the bond may not pass, or things can change in the future. Even if we have the bond, we don't have to spend it. It's just the opportunity to do it. So I think in the meantime, it's important that the community and people who are very interested in historic preservation in the community push forward and try and create some community meeting or a forum where we can actually have this broader discussion. I mean, we already have a museum in the valley up in the Roundhouse, and maybe people aren't aware of that, or it's not being used in the best way. I don't know. We should have a bigger discussion in the community, and I encourage other people to do that. I don't think it's necessarily the job of GPOS to try and do it, or do it at the GPOS meeting. I think there's actually a broader conversation we should be having.
You have a comment? My comment is, again, it's kind of the same comment. I don't think it's the GBOS or municipal staff's responsibility to organize historical meetings and outreach of the community. I think that should come through land use, or the Historic Preservation Commission should go and seek this advice, or input, I should say, but you're doing it, and I think that's great. I don't believe the community members of Girdwood would want to pay taxpayer dollars to fix up that building, to move that building. That building's falling apart. So I just think we should keep going forward with the bond. And yeah, I'll open it up to the public. Tommy, you get to go first.
According to the city, I'm a historical
You're historical.
Over 30, yeah. Anybody over 30. I have a degree in history, by the way, that I've never used. There are a lot of different ways to preserve history. Your car gets old, even if it's favorite, it becomes unsafe. I remember the old steel dashboards before they had padded dashboards, those were historical cars, and you see them driving around, one or two. There are a lot of different ways to preserve history, and I want to point to this picture. You can see all the, this is a community photograph that was taken at Glacier City Hall some years ago. They should date these things. This is an example of historical preservation. It showed that time when Glacier City Hall, the Forest Fair Committee went in, we hired an architect, I hired an architect, paid him a pie a month for a year, and he looked at that and shuddered because the roof was insulated with old army mattresses. They might still be there. It had been sheetrocked in 1964 but never taped. That was my first taping job. We built a new staircase and made it handicap accessible. I'm speaking of the Forest Fair Committee. They put in a new furnace, remodeled. We didn't use remodel, we used repair the bathroom. And it was open for community use for about 4 years until this building was built. And community space is really important, but the building is in a condition where only 3 people can be using the building at a time because of safety issues. The building standards in 1964, when they built with volunteers, they didn't consider wind shear or a lot of things. And so that building, it's sort of like a historic trailer. I heard a story today of the land company that is a big concern, that they started out in a trailer with a western facade, and when they wanted to take the trailer away, they couldn't because it was historical. So out in Wasilla, if you visit the cars out there, the compromise was that the buildings in that Carr's grocery store all have a western facade on them. There are workarounds. I think, in my opinion and in Mike Mentz's opinion, the building is not worth, it's standing, and that's good. The earthquake wrecked the plumbing underneath it, and it's on a concrete pad, so that would have to be, it's nightmarish. I think that our community really needs Little Bears, and I think we should move ahead with this too. And when the vote comes, everybody in this room is going to have to call 10 people in Anchorage. I've contacted 5 already, so I'm ahead. We're going to have to call them and ask them to vote for this building, this community building that we're going to pay for ourselves, but we have to get past that. So everybody start thinking about 5 people who don't mind tax and spend liberals. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan Raymond Jacobian, Box 94. I had submitted the letter, as you guys know, and some people in here may know about that, had basically encouraged the broader conversation about historic preservation happening in the valley. And I think if you get a chance, I would recommend reading the letter. It's truly enthralling. But it's, I do think that there's a place, though, I'm glad to hear the discussion up here with the supervisors. I do think there's a place, however, for the broader discussion about historic preservation to be occurring in the context of these structures. Because And I would disagree wholeheartedly with the idea that that's not part of, something that GBOS does. We have conversations about planning all the time. I think it's important for these structures because our community doesn't have a lot of material culture and architectural history that's been preserved, and these structures are some of the few remaining. And that doesn't, and I would say, I would say up front, I support both, expanded daycare capacity as well as historic preservation, and you'll see that in the letter, and I don't want to rehash that here, but I think that if we have a discussion now about this, and perhaps somehow finding a way to incorporate this into the bond, that we can basically do, we can take care of both concerns at the same time. Because both of these concerns, if you think about it, are basically about future generations. And I think that we're doing a disservice to future generations if we don't take care of daycare, but if we also don't take care of historic preservation, people are going to wonder, why did we preserve our history? Why do we just, communities have that problem all the time. They knock down old stuff and they put new stuff in its place. So I think that is kind of part of the discussion here just because we don't have a lot. And, one option, for example, that wouldn't stop the project, but would potentially preserve the buildings could be to move them. Potentially, for example, to the cemetery has been discussed a couple times, which is also kind of another interesting place to think about history. You also think about life and death at the same time. It could be used, for things there. But anyway, I guess my point is that I don't think we should just set this aside. I do think we should have a broader discussion as a community, but I think that these structures, maybe we should take that into account now. That's it.
Thanks. My comment about not having it at the GBOS level is just that I think it should come up either through land use, which is our community council, so somebody should bring it up through land use, or it should come through the Historical Preservation Commission, or before it gets, it should be a community, somebody in the community should start a discussion. And if it's that important, then it should come through land use, which is our community council, and then it should come up to us.
I think it was put very well in the letter just here. Attacking agenda items onto a meeting agenda doesn't generally get people involved, which is Brendan's word, and I agree with that completely. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, I'm saying we're not going to get the engagement we want if we just do it as part of GBOS. I think there needs to be a bigger, broader community discussion.
Louis?
At the outset of constructing this building, it was proposed that Girdwood Parks and Rec would have a facility inside it to replace destruction of their current facilities, which are really important. That just seems to have slipped along the way. Where'd that go? What are you going to do for your Parks and Rec structures and storage and roads and everything that building is going away was supposed to be incorporated into Little Bear's building. What's with that?
Correct. So the point that Louis makes is that currently we use the building for a warm storage unit for both parks and road operations. And so the thought and idea that we've given to it, and it still needs more development, but is to do a better incorporation of our road maintenance lot down in the industrial park. And we are working with HLB to bring power and gas to our location down there. And so we would create a storage unit down there, which would be dedicated for roads, which then would decrease the size that we need for facilities up here. And probably most likely what we would do is create a small storage unit within the facility down here to help maintain this park, and then use the area that is up by our soccer field, which we already have storage there, and it's sort of underutilized as our operations have changed for rooming, and make that more functional for our park operations. So the two areas would shift out. It wouldn't be directly where it is now, but they would be used in those two locations.
Follow-up question, what's the price tag on all these developments you just talked about?
Well, as I say, we haven't gotten down to the nitty-gritty on that, but I think it would if I was to shoot from the hip, I think it'd be about $50,000.
I have a question. Is there a recorded history of these buildings that we can read and learn about them? See why we should keep them?
No, nothing directly to it. Most of what we found is through old minutes. Actually, Lewis has provided us with a bunch of information about the buildings. But that, I think going forward, I think Brendan brings up a great issue, a great point in the sense of as we move forward with this process, I think there would be a responsibility to find out as much as we can about these buildings, especially if it is decided the buildings were to be removed or demolished. It'd be good to retain as much history and input into those buildings so that we have them going forward, so we can incorporate them either just into written word or into displays that we build with the new building or within the facility. One thing that we have slowly started, this has been on the back of my work agenda for many years, but if you've noticed, within Town Square Park over there, we did 4 displays, and this is about 4 years ago. And we like to take Town Square Park and do a lot more in there to make it sort of like a open-air museum. Brendan mentioned that actually in his letter, which, it was kind of ironic because one project we have ahead of us right now is we have this small little trailer, which was the water tender for Girdwood Fire back in the early days. I mean, this thing is small. It's our water tank for our flowers is larger than this thing. So I don't know how they got a fire out of the house, but it must have been from the canvas tents. But anyways, we would like to restore that water trailer and find a way to do it. I think a good location would be to build some sort of shelter in Town Square over there, because tourists get off the bus and they walk right into Town Square over there. It would be a great spot to have like an open air museum over there. So things like that, I think we need to work on as we go forward.
Thanks, Kyle. Other comments from the public? Please.
Yeah, I think, having a historical building is a privilege, and I think it's an awesome opportunity to look at our history, but I think we're dealing with a real situation of working people and their children, and a safe facility for those kids to go, so those people can go to work and still provide for their family. I think that needs to be the highest priority. I think if we as a community want to come together and save some of that building, I think that's awesome, but I don't think anything should impede this process, because that's real people's lives. I don't know how many kids were going to be there. I don't remember what was it going to be. Something in terms of numbers, like 60 or 80 kids. Like, that's 60 or 80 families that need to work every day. So I think we need to really consider, like, what is the privilege here? Like, it's a privilege to have historical buildings, but it's a necessity to have a place to have kids go to school and have a future, because I think our future is a little bit more important than our history sometimes. But yeah.
Thanks. You have a comment in the back? You want to? Yep.
Mine was more of a question. Have any costs associated with preserving in any way, shape, or form?
No, we don't.
That would be exponentially important.
Well, we had a study done in 2011, and I think to get it, I'm just sort of drawing here, but I know to get the building back to a safe standard, which would mean just basically going in there and probably putting up the minimum things to make it safe. I think it was close to $350,000 to get it back. And like we say, since then the sewer line has failed, so we've actually decommissioned the bathroom in there and lots of things. So since then, it would, costs have gone up. I would say it's probably around $400,000 to get it back to something that would be suitable for public to come in and out of.
And that's just the one building?
That's just the one building, yes.
And like you said earlier, if we want to preserve this building, it kind of kills the Little Bears project.
At that location, yes. Yeah.
And
the primary location.
One of the things we have in this resolution, it says, we can, as Kyle said, we can change our mind at any time. Get a different, somebody comes up with a different proposal, or something changes, we don't have to do this, but, Little Bears Board, I have to commend them. They're a group of mothers just pulling this together. And they've been holding this together for years and years. And they worked really hard to keep this place running. And I'm really appreciative, and our community is really appreciative. So I want to thank the board, some of them are in the back, and around. But I just, this is not an easy thing to run and to keep going. If anybody's got better ideas, that'd be great. But we're going to go forward with this idea till we hear something better, maybe. anyways, yeah.
Jane Hutchins, I live here in Girdwood. I just wanted to add to that comment, sorry, I'm bringing it, but the comment about how historic preservation is a privilege, which it is, and it's something we should strive to do. But childcare, safe childcare is a necessity for a community that is full of vibrant families that live and work here. And if we want to continue heading towards being just a vacation home place or a weekend home place, we could do that. But if we want this to be a vibrant community where people can live and work, we need a place where folks can have their children be safe and learn. And if the state isn't going to prioritize pre-K education, which is really shown to reduce crime, and I mean, look at the studies, it starts when our brains are being wired. And when is that happening? When these wonderful teachers are cultivating those brains. So it's really important. My family would not be able to live in Girdwood if that service wasn't provided when our son was that age. And so we do have to look at necessity and privilege and what type of community we want to live in.
In the back? Go ahead, it's Jessica.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. So I'm a mom who has a child at Little Bears who's 1.5, so he'll be there through all this potential construction in the new building. But we have to use Little Bears. It's essential for my husband and I to live in the community in order to work, in order for to live here. And so I'm fully supportive of a new structure so that I know my kids safe during the day. The second part is that I recently joined the Little Bears Board of Directors, and there have been comments about the management of Little Bears and the new facility and how that would be accommodated and revenue streams. And the organization is completely solvent. There's, I think Rachel can speak to the business plan a little bit, but there's a healthy reserve, funds to pay for new furniture, and the ability to expand to serve more children and more families. But the third comment that's really particular poignant to this conversation is I, a year and a half ago, moved into the position of the executive director for the National Heritage Area that Girdwood is within. It's a congressional designation that comes with congressional authorization for federal funding. In 9 years, we've appropriated, or have been appropriated and then granted out $1.2 million for community-based projects. 40% of those projects have gone towards preservation, so that's roughly $400,000, a little bit more dollars, but that's funded over 20 projects. So this one project alone would be equal to all of the other projects that we focused on as the National Heritage Area, the 55 in the United States. So I think disproportionately, this building, while though historically significant and tells a story about Girdwood as a community and its use, there are many other ways to preserve that history. And we have many models of that, and we have a grant program and can offer facilitation and charrettes and different ways to capture that. We've just finished a recently completed project with Cooper Landing, an elder share story, the history of Cooper Landing, and so that's also an ability for Girdwood to take advantage of. So I wanted to chime in on those three fronts. There was one other thought too, just as far as the process and saying that the process hasn't been transparent and that people haven't been included. Being a mom and a working mom, I have trouble tracking everything that's going on in the community too. But I didn't, getting aware of this project coming wasn't even something that I wasn't even have a kid yet, and I was aware that it was something that the community has discussed. So I think it's really powerful to realize that there have been a number of family members, parents that have come to meetings to be proactive and wanting to do something. It's a lot harder to run around and chase all the meetings to talk about what you don't want to happen. So being able to anticipate showing up at Historic Preservation Commission or all the other meetings where someone's going to come up and say that the process hasn't been followed, I think that's really easy to point fingers and try to poke holes into it, but really empower. 111 parents showed up 2 months ago in support of this project, and so I think that that's something we all need to carry with us to know that this is really backed by the community, and the preservation of the building was discussed then. So everyone kind of weighed those options and moving forward with a Little Bears facility, a community building that can be used for childcare, first and foremost, I think is imperative.
Thanks, Jessica. Carol?
Just two things quickly.
I do feel really strongly that the public outreach on this should be done by the Preservation Commission. It was set up 12 years ago by the community, by Anchorage, to do exactly that sort of thing. And because there is not a plan on the table for preservation that involves tax dollars, I'm not really sure that GBOS should be doing that outreach. I think it could be a duplication of efforts, and it may be inefficient if you talk here. How does that response get to the Preservation Commission? I feel very strongly that people should let their wishes be known to the Preservation Commission. The second thing is that if you read the bond wording that is out there, there were 111 people that voted, like myself, to demolish the old buildings and build new. And while I think for many of them, building new was the most important thing, I didn't really hear objections to the demolish the buildings in that meeting at land use. There was discussion of preserving the history, and people were very positive about that. But there was actually a lot of input there in the form of those folks that said saving the buildings is not as important as having a facility that houses little bears and other municipal functions.
Other comments? Thanks, Carl. Mandy?
I'll come up a little further. First of all, I just came this evening for a couple of reasons. One, Kyle asked me to come just so I could be present as a representative of the resort to affirm that that definitely was a rumor. There's not been a land offer. So I just wanted to make sure that that was stated by a resort representative. We are going to have a meeting with the board on Wednesday this week. I'm really excited about that. We very much support childcare in Girdwood, and what the Little Bears board has done is impressive. And the impetus for reaching out to them was not to delay or stall this process. We think that there could be some synergy. We'd like to explore what that synergy is. And we certainly want to support more growth and more development for childcare in the valley. And we rely on it heavily for a lot of our staff. Personally, I rely on it for my children, and I think it's vital for our community. So just wanted to clarify that the resort's intent is not to stall the process with GBOS. It was really to explore additional synergies and additional touch points that could come up as the resort looks at further development of its land. So we really support and really admire what the board has done and what the parents have collectively done. And I'll just echo, I think Christina's words were very appropriate, and I appreciate her comments.
Thanks, Mandy. Catherine, do you have a comment?
I'm okay with letting those buildings go. And given the choice between the Little Bears and preserving these buildings over here, I'd rather see the Little Bears get built. I don't think those buildings are particularly aesthetic. I don't think there's any art installments. There's not really anything compelling about them to make me want to choose them over a shopping center.
Further public comment?
Sorry, I was going to just ask something. The role of the Historical Preservation Commission was mentioned, and I know we have a commissioner here, and I just wondered if you could answer a question or two. Judith, thank you. What would the role of the Historical Preservation Commission be? Would it be to facilitate the discussion in the community, or is it, can you provide money?
Julie Raymond, Bucovian. I live here in Girdwood, and I also serve on the Historic Preservation Commission. The mission of the commission is to help preserve the history and cultural resources within the municipality, including Girdwood. And the way we typically do that is when there's a project proposed that is going to impact a municipality resource, whether that be a building or an archaeological site or an important historical vehicle or something like Kyle was talking about, an object. We review those projects, and then we provide recommendations to the municipality about how to proceed with preservation or mitigation activities. So the commission met here in August, and we heard from Kyle about the plans, and we also had a listening session with the community to hear about people's interests and concerns. And so the mission of the commission is not to force or try and enforce preservation of any particular building or site or object. And we're receiving a formal presentation from Kyle at our meeting on Thursday, like you mentioned. And it's at that time when the commission will consider the potential impacts to those structures, as well as I've been to every meeting where this has been discussed, and I've been taking notes as well. So I'll be sharing what I heard tonight with the commission on Thursday. But in terms of facilitating the conversation about either these particular structures or preservation in general in Girdwood, it's not something that we typically do. Though if GBOS or someone else was to reach out to the commission, I certainly think we would consider helping to facilitate those, but it's not a role that is typically part of our mission. So we also do have a very, very, very small budget, that could potentially be used for something like this. Not for the mitigation itself, but potentially for community meetings or some other kind of thing. If people have other questions about the commission, I'd be happy to answer.
Hi, Phil Peterson. I just have a quick question. First, I want to say thanks for coming out. I have seen you at all of these meetings that we all keep coming to and moving through this public process, and it's great to see everybody here. I kind of want to echo Mary Thomas's letter tonight. We keep coming to these meetings, and we keep having discussion, and we keep having overwhelming support, and we keep having very little opposition. And then we get word that we need to come and do it again and again and again. And I'm just curious about the public process here. Shouldn't there be some people represented? I keep feeling like we're defending against people who aren't here or aren't taking part in the public comment. I keep seeing the same people, and I keep hearing the same things. It's wonderful. And I'm just tossing it out there. Is there something else we need to do to engage more directly or to get things done in a more timely fashion?
Can I say one thing about that? I think from the Historic Preservation Commission's perspective, there's a process that the municipality is supposed to follow when there's an action like this is going to impact a historic property, and it wasn't started at the same time as these other discussions, and I think that is why these discussions are coming up now, so far after the fact of these plans being made. So that's why this is happening now, is because the community didn't start it earlier. And I think I also just wanted to say that the commission itself is really interested in hearing from the community about potential mitigation. I mean, the commission's responsibility isn't child care, it's historic preservation. So while the commission may support expanded child care, as individuals, I support it. What we're really interested in hearing is what would you like to see as a community in regards to mitigation of these buildings. And mitigation could mean keeping it in place and fixing it up. Mitigation could mean all the things that Kyle mentioned earlier. It could mean moving it. It could mean doing oral history of the building, documenting photographs like Tommy was showing us. So in terms of helping the commission make our recommendations back to the community, that's what we're interested in hearing from people.
I have a question about, so the buildings, they're considered historic because they're over 30 years old, but have they been designated as historic?
No, they have not. They have not been, the way that works is that they would be evaluated for their eligibility to the National Register of Historic Places, and no one has done a formal evaluation of those properties yet. So we don't know if they might be eligible. And their eligibility to the National Register wouldn't necessarily influence the mitigation activities.
So it would be community members taking this to the commission saying, we want this to happen to be designated as historic.
Typically, the property owner is the person who does a determination of eligibility, though it could be a community member as well. And there's a specific process that the National Historic Preservation Act lays out to the different criteria and things that are used to do that.
I just want to piggyback what you said. So there hasn't been an official nomination to the commission to designate this as a historical site.
nomination, and we're separate from that. We're a municipality body. The State Historic Preservation Office is a state body, part of the Department of Natural Resources, and they're the ones that would review a determination and say, yes, it's eligible, or no, it's not eligible. And so the commission actually doesn't have a role in that. It's the SHPO's office.
Do we know, I guess, does the board know, has anyone made an official nomination for the building?
Not that we're aware of.
It's my understanding that the property owners object to it, then it doesn't go through.
If you object to having it listed on the National Register, a property owner can appeal that. But in terms of determining whether it is or isn't eligible, the property owner doesn't have any say over that. It's just, yes, it is, or no, it's not. That doesn't automatically register it, put it on the National Register if it is eligible. And I know
Kind of like we here in Stewart, there are only 14 National Register places. It's really hard for this to meet those standards, and not all of them are being preserved. Alaska Valley Homestead is one of the most critically at-risk National Register places, and so even if this building was designated, it doesn't necessarily mean that that comes with funding to preserve it. That is the cost that someone has to bear. I just wanted to chime in on that because it's not, it just happens overnight. It's a pretty steep mountain line.
Yeah, and even if a property is determined eligible, and even if it's listed on the National Register, that doesn't mean it can't be torn down or an archaeological site can't be bulldozed. It just means there needs to be mitigation of some sort.
I would also offer too that municipal dollars, 1% for arts fund, if there was some direction for this just naturally happen, those dollars could be used to match federal funding, so it's a one-to-one match, so it could be double the amount of dollars to mitigate, to tell the story, to preserve the history, but in a different way than keeping a structure and trying to rehabilitate that piece to be that more than 3 people can go into it. Remove the mattresses from the wall.
Well, I guess I was trying to say, it's a process to get it registered, right? And it's been a process to get this bond to where it's at now, and we're sitting almost on the eve of trying to get it put on so that people can vote on it. And it sounds like this process hasn't even started. And so people, I'm sorry, and I know I'm sorry to everything up here, just made a good point that people that are wanting to vote, I know there's one person that did write a letter that did show up, but with these meetings, if people aren't voicing it or following through, I don't know why we keep having this discussion.
Just one clarification, that doing a determination of eligibility is not something that the Historic Preservation Commission needs to make recommendations. So that process doesn't need to, it can start, but it doesn't need to start. So in terms of this process, we're leaving on Thursday at 5:30, the meeting planning building in Anchorage, and we'll receive Kyle's presentation, any other materials that we receive from the public, and maybe not immediately after that meeting, but hopefully soon after that, we'll be providing recommendations back to the movie. So that eligibility process could start, and it could take a long time, or it doesn't need to start for this to get, resolved.
I just want to say one thing. My child goes to Little Bears, and I'm very thankful. I had to commute when she was younger to Anchorage, and that was such a pain for working parents that had to commute to Anchorage for daycare. And now I'm worrying about the road maintenance, and now not having the snow removal that's going to be happening, just the more safety concerns having to drive the highway to be fine for the kids. But we don't, unless your child has some sort of disability, there is no pre-K in Girdwood, with the exception of Little Bears. So I just really want to highlight the need for the community and the need to have these types of facilities and education for children that are going to be going to Girdwood Elementary School.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'd like to maybe just say one more thing, which is that I really encourage people not to think about this issue in terms of daycare versus historic preservation, because we can definitely have both, and Brendan spoke to that a little bit earlier. So if you're in favor of daycare, but you want those buildings to go, that's great, but do you have suggestions about, like we've been discussing, how the history of those buildings could be preserved in some way? And so I really don't want people to see these two things as necessarily in opposition, because I strongly believe we can have both.
I think most agree that we want both. We want to see history preserved in Girdwood, and sounds like great ideas of how we can do it. I just don't want to see the bond process held up because someone can't agree on a plaque on a building or a picture in the foyer. We're trying to get, the federal match for the 1%. I don't want to see that happen.
Thanks. Preservation, though, is an important part of the process, and I think there were times when this conversation could have been inserted earlier that it wasn't, and I don't want us to just push this conversation to the side and say, we'll figure it out after. I'd like for the community to have some real suggestions, or at least express some real preferences about what you would like in terms of potential mitigation, so that we can start planning for it. And whether that be through an addition to the bond, which I don't think you guys are going to do, or some planning to get some federal matching funds or something. I think this issue this is one of the issues that's involved in doing a project of any kind. And so I would hope that we could start planning for it now, as opposed to waiting until later.
Okay, James, you have a question?
I just had a quick question. Did you have a tally of those in opposition of this project?
I haven't been taking a tally, I've just been writing down people's comments. And in opposition to what?
Just in opposition to tearing the buildings down. I know that certain people have addressed it, but I wonder, there seems to be a lot of gravity towards moving on with tearing the buildings down, and I wonder how many people are we talking about here?
I don't know, I haven't done a tally, but again, I would encourage you not to think about it as keep the buildings or don't.
I just wonder if it's 5, 10, 25.
I make a comment in here. I think we all agree that we want to preserve the history of this building. I think everybody's for that in some fashion. I think that the majority of people in this room are not in favor of keeping that building in place. And I'll answer your question. I think it's one. One person wants that building to stay there. And I don't know of anybody else. Anybody in this room want that building to stay there? Raise your hand. So that's what James is getting at. I do not believe that our community wants that building to stay there.
Well, thank you, and I would encourage you to offer us some other mitigation measures to address the history of it.
All right, seeing that it's 9 o'clock and we're on item 8, still under old business. I'm not able to attend the meeting on Thursday. To whom may I address my comments, my written comments?
You can address them to myself if you'd like. My address is julie@jbr-y.net, and as a commissioner, I can forward those to the rest of the commission. I don't have all the other commissioners' emails in my head. Christine Bunnell is the municipality staff person for our commission, so if you can look up Christine's email, you can also share your comments with her, but I'm happy to forward anything I receive to the commission.
Thank you very much. I look forward to providing public comment.
Just really quick, I also think that there's so many people that have been following the rules and have been advocating and going to public meetings and doing stuff. And so it's a little unfair that like at the 11th hour, someone who folks who hadn't gone and done that process. And like time is money, like we're a small community. We've been talking about this for decades and folks have been crossing all their I's and dotting all their T's. And it just seems like if you really have important issues, stay involved early and often.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to go on.
Okay, so just moving on. One thing we presented to the board tonight and to the community, and thank you to Little Bears for being very transparent, is their business plan. Most organizations do not provide this. They've given you a look into how they operate, and this is to show that going forward, they're able to afford becoming a tenant in this building once it's built. The one thing that I gave to you as well is a memo of structure and responsibility for the new building, and this addresses who is going to pay for what. And what, as the staff, we're proposing is that the first 24 months of the new building, the tenants would be in there rent-free. This would be a chance for them to get established, get to know the building, how to use it, and then after 24 months, they will move forward with paying a lease, a monthly rent in there. And that would be something that is worked out and determined between Little Bears and the Board of Supervisors. That rent would become a revenue source that returns and probably goes back to paying the bond in that aspect. Right now, within their plan, they would be paying $2,000 a month for rent there, which is well below market value. We're very aware of that. but it is an aspect that the community has been doing with Little Bears since it's been created currently, and since it's been created, they haven't paid rent in their facility. It's a way to provide child care to the community at an affordable rate, especially with the expenses of working families to live in this community just to pay for housing. So that's what we are proposing of going forward with that. Little Bears will be responsible for all utilities, so gas, electric, water, sewer, snow removal, which would mean sidewalks around the facility. The parking lot would still be taken care of through the service area like it currently is, which provides service to both the park, Little Bears, and the radio station. So that would continue on as it is. But the Little Bears would be responsible for all utilities. The maintenance program would still be under the MOA maintenance program, which currently takes care of all the municipal-owned buildings here. So municipal maintenance staff and their subcontractors maintain the buildings. We would keep it that way. That is the best for record keeping. That is the best for us to understand what's going on there. And that is paid out of the annual operating budget there. And that will continue to go that way. Gardens would be continued and cared for by Girdwood Parks and Rec as they are now. We would try to make gardens as minimal as we always do with landscaping requirements for our facilities, because going forward so that it's easy to maintain. But gardens within the facility, within their fenced back area, would be the responsibility of Little Bears. Building management, Girdwood Parks and Rec would be responsible for the continued management as we do right now with Little Bears. We have a tenant relationship over there. When Little Bears has problems, I get a phone call, we address it, we take care of it that way. One thing with this new building is that we would try to find ways to use this building for other community uses during non-operational hours of Little Bears, and Girdwood Parks and Rec would be responsible for managing those other uses, like weekend events, evening events that were held there. But we would work closely with Little Bears to determine what those community events could be and how they would work within their licensing requirements over there. So there couldn't be like large parties, wedding parties, things along those lines, but community events like a yoga workshop on the weekend, those type of things could happen there at the facility. And that would be our goal, to find other ways to use the building just besides daycare, especially during the non-operational hours. And insurance, Little Bears would cover all the insurance requirements for the building and list the municipality and the Girdwood service area as additionally insured, as they do right now over there. So I do have representatives here from Little Bears. If there's any questions related to their business plan, or any questions related to our management plan going forward.
I'll make a comment on the idea of other uses. Just when they're doing the design, make sure that the design incorporates the idea that, you know, this building is full a lot of the time now. We have trouble getting this building. So make sure that the design incorporates some way that people can come in on the weekends and at night to have meetings, and maybe Four Valleys Community Schools could use it and stuff like that.
Yeah, if we get to that point and we're successful, the design process will be a public process that comes through here. So you'll see the plans at 35%, 65%. So those inputs, along with Little Bears inputs, will ultimately drive this community-owned building and design.
Any concerns, financial concerns?
So I'm Rachel Klein, I'm on the Little Bears board, and also part of this document and the public meetings. We've covered quite a few things tonight, so maybe just a little mile-high overview of the business plan. A lot of the discussion on the building, we talked about the details of the proposed design, but really there's a big focus on flexibility. What we found in the past decade is a very dynamic population of growth, and you'll have a ton of babies or quite a few toddlers, and one of our assets has been able to kind of be flexible with our program and our permitting to be able to accommodate those needs. So the design of this building is sort of a flexible space that can also try to accommodate those changes, and that's something that we really pride on this building. Another thing is just a discussion. I mean, it's a 37-year use of this facility as a daycare facility, and I think that has a lot to say for itself, where it's a need in Girdwood that has shown itself
operations for 37 years of a daycare facility. The other thing I wanted to highlight is Lauren has 15 new letters of support that she had. We didn't read them tonight, but the letters of support keep coming in for this project. We're pretty excited about that. The other piece, Jessica did a great job of kind of discussing, we talked about the 1% for art and incorporating the history into the design of the buildings, but also as Tommy pointed out, really Little Bears was formed by a group of parents that needed daycare, and they came up with this alternative arrangement with the municipality at the time, or the community of Girdwood, to get a facility operational. And we're really continuing in that same vein with a volunteer group of parents and board that wants to keep this going, and a community that backs us up. And then if we kind of dive into the financials, you'll see that we aren't basing any new projections on increasing tuition. I think that's been a pretty static number for us. There's a lot of flexibility in our non-sustainable income, whether it's grant seeking or fundraising. And really, there's sort of we've looked at all the numbers and projected 5 years out, and Little Bears has been planning for this for over a decade. And we have quite a large savings plan for the new building, which we would tap into when we're looking at the transition period. So you'll see kind of a high number in year one during construction, where we're planning on having to spend some money on portables or renting a new facility. So you'll see quite a bit of planning in our financials, as well as we did incorporate rent in the first 2 years. And if we had 2 years to kind of evaluate, see what our utilities are, and of course we would be paying for all the hard objects, the desks, and all the materials needed for the daycare as well. So you'll see quite a bit of planning. We definitely have the first 5 years planned out, and this is also something Little Bears has been planning on for about 10 years previously. So we have a chunk of money that we are holding on to also make this project happen, as well as some really sustainable numbers to move forward with. And as we expand and with our flexibility, I think you will see that we're a very viable business. So we all welcome any questions as well, and we could go into the nitty-gritty of the business plan, but you've got it in front of you, so ask away.
Thanks, Rachel. Any questions?
I'd just like to just quickly comment, thank you very much for the business plan. 22 years ago, I was parent on a non-profit co-op, and I ran the community childcare facility. This was in the UK. The amount of work may or may not have factored into why I moved to a different continent. But it really was a huge amount of work 20 odd years ago when the regulations were much lighter than they are now. So again, I appreciate all the work everyone's put into this. I'm sorry the process is so long, but the public process is not the most efficient process. Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Do you have any more?
No. The resolution for you to consider.
Actually, sorry, I do have one question for you, Kyle, as well. One comment I've heard from a number of people is 2.2 seems a lot for a building. How much of that is actually construction versus all the other costs that go into municipal processes, like, margins for contingency, etc.?
I would probably say at the high end, and the reason we do 2.2 is we want to have enough for any contingencies we're not seeing out there with it. We may not loan or take a loan out for 2.2 once we get into it, but I would say that probably 2/3 of it will probably go towards construction on the high end, and 1/3 towards sort of more of the soft cost, which is administration oversight. But within that, construction also incorporates design and engineering and things along those lines. So yeah, it would be, and in this case, there'll also be demolition and removal of it. And I know that those buildings in some way probably have some sort of asbestos with them, so there'll be mitigation and things along those lines.
Need a motion for a resolution?
I think I need somebody to read it.
Okay, I can read it.
Thanks.
Resolution 2019-14 of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, resolution of support for the Girdwood Community Building to be funded through the municipal bond at the spring 2020 municipal election. Whereas the Girdwood Valley Service Area owns and maintains the two buildings located in Girdwood Park, Glacier City Hall and Little Bears Playhouse, which were built in the 1960s, have been used for a variety of purposes over the years based on the need of the community. And whereas structural analysis of both buildings in 2011 revealed deficiencies that required immediate structural rehabilitation, significant ongoing maintenance, and operational changes regarding occupancy in order to continue to be used by the community. And whereas despite ongoing maintenance and structural work, the buildings have continued to age and degrade and are far from conforming to municipal code requirements for their existing uses, operating only through grandfather rights. And whereas the community of Girdwood has expressed support to replace the existing buildings with one modern, efficient structure that will also be used as a private space for community-based activities, including childcare. And whereas such a community-owned building costing approximately $2.2 million can be bonded for and would be paid for only by the Girdwood Valley Service Area property taxes over a period of 20 years with an estimated rate of 0.24 mils and stay within the Girdwood tax cap. And whereas this bond proposition will be voted on in the Anchorage area-wide municipal election in April 2020, and whereas this idea has been presented to and was supported by the Girdwood Land Use Committee by a vote of 111 in favor, 0 opposed, and 4 abstaining at the September 16, 2019 regular meeting. And whereas taking this action does not preclude the Girdwood Valley Service Area and/or Little Bears Playhouse, Inc. from continuing to investigate and consider other options for location and partnerships which may arise. Therefore, the Girdwood Board of Supervisors supports the MOA, Municipality of Anchorage, in writing bonding language for an area-wide vote in April 2020 for Girdwood to encumber and repay a municipal bond in the amount of not more than $2.2 million to demolish the existing buildings and build one modern, efficient building that will be used to meet the community's needs. Passed and approved by a vote of X to X on this day, the 21st of October, 2019.
Thanks. Further discussion?
I move for a vote.
I'm the one who moves for a vote.
You asked for a motion.
No, I asked for a second, and he got the second. You're the motion.
Okay.
When you read it. He's a second.
Okay.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Sorry.
And I'll make a comment to the back of the room. It's painful sometimes, the way this works, and public process is that way, and you just got to come to the meetings. That's the way it works.
I was going to say something about, letting the...
True for public process and AA.
Well, just letting people know that this is going to go on the ballot in Anchorage, so, letting people know that Girdwood's paying for it is going to be important, because they're going to think it's going to affect their taxes, so...
As Tommy said, talk to your Anchorage friends, tell them they don't have to pay for it.
I'm on a roll. Do you want me to just read the resolutions, the next resolution of support?
Next, number 9, review and vote on resolution of support for the City of Whittier contract for police services 2020 through 2023 with 2 one-year extensions. Kyle's going to start this.
Yes, so basically for the last 24 months, the Public Safety Advisory Committee has been evaluating where to go with police services when the current contract expires with Whittier, which will be December 31st at 11:59, New Year's Eve. And through that process, they have evaluated creating their own police department. They have evaluated joining APD Police Service Area, and they have evaluated renewing and extending the contract with Whittier for another 3 years. And what flushed back out again, because of costs and the level of service and the customer service that we've been getting, is to renew our contract with Whittier and move forward with them for another 3 years to provide police services for Girdwood. And so with that, we we started negotiations with Whittier Police Department, and what you have in front of you today is the final contract that we have moved forward to create those police services to start again on New Year's morning. And so I'll quickly go through and touch on the things that have changed about this contract compared to the old one, and allow for questions after that. One thing that we are proposing is that we would do a 3-year contract, which would have 2 one-year extensions on it. And that would give us time, if things are going well, then we're not having to start this process over again 18 months from now. It almost is like when we started this current contract, we went right into talking about what we're going to do in 3 years. And so this way, it gives us time to extend the process as we go forward in that aspect. The weakness of this contract is that it always is 2 communities working together. And so if Whittier falls on times where they're not very supportive of doing this contract again, then we have to think about what's the Girdwood community going to do. So at least in 3 years, it gives us a chance, if we wanted to, we could finish the contract and move on to option B. We don't know what that is. Or we continue on as we maybe look at maybe getting another long-term contract with them, but giving us 2-year one extensions to do that. A big thing is price. The price does go up on this contract. It would go from our original starting price was $618 per year for the police contract, but every year since that first year, we've been paid a consumer price index increase. This is a price, basically a percentage that is determined, and we add that on to it. So at $675, we aren't very far away from where we're paying right now. I think we're probably around $650 a year. But these costs go with what Whittier has realized what it costs to provide us services. And then also it all allows them, with a slight increase, is to also offer some more pay to their officers to keep their officers. It is, one thing I've learned, it is a ruthless world out there in small police departments. Everybody's trying to steal police officers from one another because there's a limited amount of trained officers out there. And especially most currently in this last 3 years, is APD's been hiring like crazy. So a lot of officers from these smaller departments are going to the larger, more well-funded departments. And so I give it to Whittier. They've done a good job of retaining their officers, but they're always struggling to keep them and give them salaries that they can easily earn at Fairbanks or Anchorage or down in Juneau. And now with the troopers too. So these increase is very realistic to what costs they're experiencing on their end. And the Girdwood Public Advisory Safety Committee was very accepting of the increase in that aspect. In there going. And then, for the most part, there's a little change with the annual adjustment, which would basically mean that if for some reason the CPI dropped one year, which you rarely ever see, but one year they come in and there's the CPI or the Consumer Price Index goes down, Whittier would stay at the same number that you were the year before. So we wouldn't go back and say, oh, we're going to take the contract down. They've asked to keep it flat because most likely their costs are going to stay the same no matter what. Sort of skipping through here, let's go forward. In our contract, there's a funny section called force majeure, and this is what is built into every sort of contract. The boilerplate thing they put in there, and it basically, in most services, says you won't be able to provide. It's understandable that you don't provide the service because of an act of God or wars or blockades, and so they keep that language in there. But for a police thing, they put in a thing that says, "Except that provision that shall not interpret that Whittier is excused from dealing with acts of God or riots or things along those lines," that police typically do. So they have all the language that you normally have in a contract, and then they put this special thing in there that says except for police. And so we always want to make sure people are aware of that. We tried to change that around, but the lawyers had nothing to do with it. They just said you have to keep it in there. That's the way contracts are written. Sorry, I'm skipping forward here. And then basically, we added in more language just to be clear that nothing exempts Whittier from being outside of the open meeting or open record act. So public record laws say that when you make a request, they have to give you the public records. So we just wanted to make that clear in this aspect. We felt it was a little weak in the last contract, so the lawyers worked with us and we agreed we tightened up that language. Moving into the actual scope of work, what they do.
So this is page 13.
This would be page 13. Generally, in what we had before was that Whittier would provide at a minimum 3 physical patrols a day. In the original contract, that had no length of time as to what those patrols were. And one thing the Public Safety Advisory Committee really wanted was some sort of measure on what that was. And we went through all kinds of scenarios where there was going to be these many minutes tracked for this time a week and month. And basically we came down to something that was at least simple and reasonable for Whittier to maintain. And so at the very minimum, Whittier will provide at least 3 45-minute patrols a day. That is just driving through the neighborhoods, looking at things, being present. This doesn't excuse them in any way from any 911 calls or even non-emergency calls that they don't respond to. They would still be required to respond to those calls, but at a minimum, they have a presence in the community and they're patrolling and looking for speeders, looking for suspicious activity, things along those lines. And this establishes a guideline as we go forward. I'll say this at the very least, they far exceed this minimum almost every day. From my interactions and what you can see with stats and things along those lines, they do that very well. But at least in the contract, if there's a new police chief or a new city manager, this gives at least the minimums of what the contract calls out in that aspect. The other new thing that we have included in this contract is that we have asked and they have granted that they will help us enforce municipal parking codes within the contract. We did not have that before, and that has been a writing issue, at least for me, as I deal with junk and abandoned cars in Town Square. And so getting them on board with that is going to be great. We're going to try to work with the Anchorage Parking Authority to get them a ticket book, and then if they need to pull out the power of the ticket book, they will have that as part of their tool bag to do and use. It costs us money every time they write a ticket, so we have to be very, if you're going to write a ticket, we hopefully get that money back. But if we don't, it's an enforcement action that we can finally use on people who just don't obey or at least be reasonable about moving their junk. And so that is something that we've been trying to work on, and it's written into this contract, and we'll push that forward if this all gets approved to make sure that gets enacted. And they'll be following municipal code, not state code. Municipal code is very detailed about parking within the municipality. And then the other thing we added to the other scope of works, and we want to be very clear of this, is that officers will be provided for service for major festivals and events in Girdwood, including but not limited to New Year's, Celebration, Forest Fair, and Spring Carnival. We want to be very clear that those 3 events alone, we want to make sure that there's adequate policing for those events. Whittier has done a good job of staffing up, bringing officers in on overtime to make sure that we have adequate coverage when we get a huge influx of people into this town, usually for partying reasons. So we included that into this contract this round. And then telecommunication, we just simplified telecommunication because Whittier has actually done a great job of getting on dispatch through Cordova. It's very standard here in Alaska that you use a dispatch center, which could be miles away. We just found out that Sandpoint, which is way out on the Aleutian chain, is going to use Valdez for their dispatch, and they signed up with Cordova recently, which has been great. When we originally did this contract, you would call 911, 911 would call this tree phone, and it was basically all the officers who were on duty and their cell phone, and whoever picked up took the first 911 call. And so now they have a nice dispatch center, records all the calls and logs all the activity of the officers. And so we just simplified that language in there and how they work their communication system that way. And then we just added some language in about them attending the Public Safety Committee here in Girdwood and the Board of Supervisors, and will at least once annually provide the public safety with stats, basically. They provide us with stats right now monthly, and we just gave you stats tonight from this last month. So they do a good job of that already. And Appendix C goes through the 911 and how the 911 system works. Or Appendix B, excuse me. And Appendix C in the contract, page 17, just gives a breakdown summary of what the contract, why it costs, what it costs, and where all that money that we're paying them is going to funding the different aspects of the service. And then the last one we added, this was at the request of Whittier, was a map of the service area. They didn't actually have a map in the contract before, and so any new leadership that comes along, or just officer training, there's at least a map in there that shows what the service area is and where their boundaries are to patrol. Even though they, at times, will help outside the boundaries when called for, especially up Crow Creek Road and in those areas if it's needed, but that's usually just on a utility call. So that's it.
Questions for Kyle from the board? Do you have any comment, Chief?
There's been a pleasure working with you. As well as the mutual aid is not only for police calls, the fire units, your fire department units have been a tremendous aid during that summer.
And shout out to the Public Safety Action Committee for all the work they did on this contract. They worked hard for the last, almost a year, last 6-8 months.
Yes.
Working on this to get through it. Go ahead.
I was going to say I worked on the last contract, and a lot of the holes that were kind of left in the last contract, because we had to rush it, we filled it nicely. So great job on the contract.
Betcha. Resolution 2019-15 of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, resolution of support for the municipality of Anchorage and the city of Whittier to contract for police services in the Girdwood Valley Service Area, GVSA. Whereas the GVSA has received voter approval to tax for police services and is concluding the third and final year of the existing contract with the city of Whittier for the Whittier Police Department services. And whereas after significant research and evaluation, including discussion of a Girdwood Police Department and an addition of Girdwood to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area, the Girdwood Public Safety Advisory Committee, PSAC, determined that the Whittier Police Department has the qualifications and ability to provide such services to the Girdwood Valley Service Area. And whereas the current contract of the city of Whittier has been mutually agreeable and successful in providing right-sized enforcement to the GVSA, and whereas the Whittier Police Department has actively engaged in contract negotiations and has agreed to parking enforcement to the agreement, and whereas the proposed contract has been reviewed by the PSAC, the Whittier Police, and the Municipality of Anchorage, and the City of Whittier's legal departments, and whereas the Girdwood Public Safety Advisory Committee has voiced its support for this contract by a vote of 3-0 at the regular meeting held October 8th, 2019. Therefore, the Girdwood Board of Supervisors supports the approval of the police services contract as a sole source agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the City of Whittier for the purposes of continuing police services provided by the Whittier Police Department for a period of 3 years with 2 one-year extensions commencing January 1st, 2020 at 12 a.m. Passed and approved by the XX to the 21st day of October 2019.
Second.
Further discussion? My discussion is, we've had a good relationship with Whittier for 3 years, and maybe another 3 years, hopefully. Thanks for all the hard work you do. And the community policing model is working. It's working well in our community, I think. So I will call for a vote. All in favor of approving the contract? Okay, next up. That's a big deal. Get that done. Review Girdwood liquor license up for renewal of 2020, a blanket letter of non-objection.
Nope.
Nonprofit. Number 10.
Oh, number 10, nonprofit. GBS review for nonprofit recreation grant application and vote on specific funding amounts. We do this every year, and all the board members will give their amounts that should add up to $35,000. We're giving a grant to Fort Valley Community Schools of $25,000. Are you got your additions ready? Go ahead.
One thing we discussed last time that we should make a motion on now.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
The Girdwood Art Institute submitted a revised application, and I would like to move that we accept the revised application.
Second.
Further discussion? I'll make a comment. I really like the Girdwood Art Camp, and I asked them why they had to revise their bid, and it was said they revised their bid because of lack of funding from the state. And Lewis made a good point that other entities also lost funding, and so I'm not so sure that it's appropriate to increase that bid after the funding date was announced.
Yeah, I'll just say, also, I appreciate, and I like the Girdwood Arts Camp, but I have the same feelings, and I think if we were to accept that, the revised one, that we would have to open it up to all the others and accept those, to a later date, because I think the revised one was submitted after the due date, is that right?
Correct.
That's
The
right,
Bluebirds
yeah.
was accepted after the due date.
Yeah, so I don't think it would be fair to allow one without having already opened it up to other groups to revise theirs.
So I'd say that I think it's qualitatively different because the Girdwood Art Institute significantly reduced, what their request was much lower than they'd asked for previous years, and it was just a duplication of what they'd received the previous year. So it looks like a mistake. It doesn't look like something that other people would have taken. If other people had made the same mistake, I'd probably allow them to potentially revise in the same way. This looks like more of a clerical error, which they caught and fixed. I've heard both explanations. I'm not quite sure what the correct one is, but it was a clerical error in one case, and then it was a later justification about reduction of funding. But I would still, I'm still moving that we keep the motion that we accept the higher figure.
They received $6,019, asking for $175.
They asked for $6,000 to receive $44.40, and then they asked for $44.40. You don't see that pattern with any of the other organizations.
Right.
Further discussion on the motion and the second? Hearing none. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion fails. So, next up, are you adding?
I'm sorry, that was our discussion.
We're just figuring it out here.
We're doing something a little bit on the fly here.
And the big thing is to make sure that each of ours add up to...
Right, so this is, in the past, we've had you divide out make your allocations, and then we scaled them. But that wasn't really fair. So this year, we've asked for you to make sure that your allocations add up to the amounts that are actually available. So not more than $35,000 for the non-Four Valleys programs, and not more than $25,000 for Four Valleys. So anyway, in this case, now we're ready to go. I think we'll be able to average.
So we're looking at this?
Actually, you don't have to look at that. All you have to do is tell us what your numbers are. So which grant do you want to start off with?
Whoever wants to start.
I'll start at this end. I just want to check it's the same order.
Little Bears.
Okay, Little Bears, 9,500.
Challenge.
8,500.
Art Camp.
4,440.
4,440. KUL.
7,560.
GBT.
5,000.
There we go.
Am I up?
Yep.
Yep.
I just want to say all great organizations that put in for this, and I'm glad that we increased the amount we're giving by 5,000. It made the choices a little bit easier this year. So Little Bears, 9,000.
9,000.
Challenge, 9,300.
9,300.
Art Camp, 4,400.
4,400.
KUL, 7,300.
7,300.
And GBT, 5,000.
Okay. Jerry?
I'm up next. Little Bears Playground, 10,000.
Sorry?
Little Bears, 10,000. Challenge, 8,760.
8,760.
What's up next? I can't
Art
see.
Camp.
Art Camp, 4,440.
KUL.
6,800.
GVT.
5,000.
Christina.
First one, 9165.
9165.
Second one, 9165.
9165.
Third one, 5340.
5340.
Next one, 7165.
7165.
Last one, 4165.
4165. James?
I have round numbers, and I'll need some help with the last. 9,000?
9,000 for Little Bears?
9,000?
9,000 for Challenge?
5,100?
5,100 for Art Camp?
And, no, what'd you say? I got these mixed up. Art Camp, 4440?
4440. KUL?
Which is Community Club.
Community Club is 7,900.
7,900. GVT?
The difference.
4660.
Yeah, there you go, thank you.
So, I'm going to figure out the averages.
Add them together and divide them by 5.
Yeah.
Sorry about our on-the-fly. We like to test Kyle and his abilities here on Excel.
In front of everybody.
In front of everybody, don't worry. Does anybody have the Jeopardy theme song? Do we have a math whiz? You can.
You should be able to have to just like queued up on.
Do this. I don't know if this is going to work. Is that going to work?
You got it right.
Yeah, that'll work.
It worked. Sometimes it does not want to work.
It's gotta be nice. You just grab it and drag. Yeah, just grab and drag.
I'm just going to copy it.
That's it.
Oh, it's getting better all the
Control C,
time.
Control V, and just mark it on over.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So those are the amounts. So total for Little Bears is $9,333. Total for Challenge Alaska is $8,945. Total for Art Camp is $4,612. The total for KUL is $7,345. And the total for GVT is $4,765.
So I have a question. Did you give more than 4440 for Art Camp? Okay. And that's okay? Okay. Okay, are we through?
We are through. I guess you guys just have to make a motion that you approve that.
Oh, yes.
Make a motion to approve these final numbers.
Call for a vote. Aaron stepped out of the room, I'll mention it, but we have a quorum. All in favor? Again, thanks for all those great nonprofits that we have in the community that do a lot of work here. Next up, agenda item LUC 190904, review Girdwood liquor license for renewal in 2020 for a blanket letter of non-objection. Any request for assembly public hearing must be made by resolution by October 15, 2019. Licenses up for review are Forti Deli, Chair 5 Restaurant, Crow Creek Mercantile, Girdwood Picnic Club, Hotel Alyeska, Jack's Frat, La Bodega, Seven Glaciers Lounge, and Sitzmark Bar and Grill. LUC heard no problems with any of these liquor license and found nothing, no objection from anybody in the community so far. I would entertain a motion of non-objection to all these liquor licenses.
Second.
Further discussion? Anybody got any problem with the liquor licenses in town? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor of the letter of non-objection for all? Okay. Next on the agenda item LUC 190905, Gunnysack Mine Road multi-family housing project seeking GBUS resolution of support for various requests to allow for Sprout Road to not be upgraded to Collector Street standard in order to develop the property.
I'm sorry. Before we begin that one, we managed to pass all of those nonprofit grants without passing the one for Four Valleys. So poor Catherine.
While he's setting up, I would entertain a
I
motion.
move that we fund Four Valleys at $25,000 for the following year.
Second.
Further discussion? They do a great job. Thanks, Catherine.
Good job, Catherine.
All in favor?
Good, we nearly forgot about it.
It wasn't as exciting. Thank you.
While he's getting set up, I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting.
Yeah, I think we have to have a time we extend it to.
To 10:01. To 10:30?
Yeah. Looking for a
That's my
second?
motion. Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for vote. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, are you giving a presentation, or how is this going to work?
I would say the petitioner gives a presentation, and Mike can probably speak from land use as to what was the outcome of that meeting.
For your record tonight, my name is Tim Potter with Dowell. One comment before I start. One idea on Little Bears. If you take the old Little People chairs and refurbish or repaint in a wild pattern, 5 or 6 of them a year, and sell them at the Girdwood 2020 auction, and have part of the money go to Little Bears, that'd be another way to do it.
That's a good idea.
And I will say that back in the old days, when the GBUS met and everybody had to sit in the little chairs, meetings didn't go as long. Just a thought. My name again is Tim Potter Dowell. I've been doing work in Girdwood for the last 38 years. I'm not a resident. I always wanted to be, but with so many night meetings in town, the road wasn't as good as it is now back then. But I'm here tonight with Greg Messick, who's one of the owners, and I know through the Land Use Committee, Laquita Chmielowski, who could not be here tonight from our office. She's back on the East Coast on business items, and she presented at the Land Use Committee a couple of times and heard a variety of different topical issues associated with what our request is. And I want to be very clear and careful to succinctly say that what we're here with the board tonight about is requesting a variance from having to completely meet the cross-sectional requirements in Chapter 9. So in the rest of the city, there are road standards that are part of an adopted design criteria manual. And that establishes what type of road gets built in what category of road, how the cross-section is developed, what the surface is, and how it's done. When Girdwood did Chapter 9, they actually did something that was different. Girdwood always does. And they fully incorporated the cross-sectional requirements and road standards within the zoning code, which is very unusual. The DCM, the Design Criteria Manual that the city uses, is done that way and not incorporated into the code, specifically in the zoning code, so that you've got ability to make modifications to those design criteria as time goes by, as you discover more drainage issues, or maybe that surface doesn't hold up as good unless you have 4 feet plus insulation of good non-frost susceptible material. So it's a little unusual that you have specified within the code what the road surface is going to be for a collector street or a rural residential street or whatever. So with that, whatever we would do on this lot, there'd be a requirement to bring Sprott up to a collector standard, which is a wider section of road, more depth of better gravel, and it would be paved. And I know that Kyle Kelly has commented at one of the Land Use Committee meetings about his concerns about what paving that section of road would be. It's not that we have a desire to get out of making the road a good road. We would be looking at putting a wrap finish on it, which could be compacted and be very usable, serviceable, but you can still grade it. What I've seen in my career happen here and other places is that when you have a differential surface on a section of road, so a lot of gravel road or wrap surface, and then you have a short section of paved that doesn't fit in, you create a bump, both going up and over and off the other end, that usually results in those sections of the roads getting beat up, getting potholes, and then you start to get the pavement to unravel, and it creates problems. The other thing is that when you go to maintain a gravel road or a wrap surface, if you're using a grader or snow removal, both the operator and the equipment and the pavement itself, the road surface, usually gets beat up because they're cruising along and all of a sudden they run into a piece of asphalt and it usually tears up and unravels the end. The motor grader, if that's what they're using, typically stops or slows down pretty abruptly, which is not great for the operator, and you can damage the equipment as well at a cost. So wrap is a good compromise type of road surface from the standpoint of holding up well, but being able to be graded during the summertime, spring and summer and fall, and then compacted back into place so it holds up real well. It's not as subject to washboarding as a plain gravel surface is. Drains off well, doesn't have dust. It's a good option. So what we're looking for is to not get out of building a collector street, and I'm not quite sure why Sprott is actually designated a collector street. The GWS and Land Use Committee may want to revisit that subject. The city usually has a hierarchy structure of roads, so you've got your highway, which is Alyeska Highway, and then a series of roads that are called collectors and then residential streets. Collectors are usually streets that lead and collect traffic from the residential streets that lead to the arterial or the highway. Sprott doesn't necessarily do that, it just happens to be parallel to the highway. And I'm not sure that building it out to a much larger standard is necessarily what the community would want either. So we're really asking that. Separate and distinct from that request is a future multifamily development. And the development, it's unknown how many units. Those plans are still being developed, so the decision has not been made. Technically, letter of the law, if you could go through a conditional use and get 15 units approved there, that would be the maximum density that you could put on that piece of property or number of units. I know that Gray has no intention to maximize or shoehorn every unit on that property, but if he goes to build more than 5, it has to go through a conditional use, and it comes back here through a public process to look at the site plan, how the ingress egress happens, lighting, what the site plan is, the drainage, all that has taken into account, much like the hotel or the day lodge or any of the other facilities in town. So that's when you look at the specifics. So by granting a variance and supporting having a reasonably maintainable road that fits into the rest of the area, and I would recommend that if you're ever going to think about paving a section of road, that it be done full length so that there's no start, stop, so that it's a clean shift to a totally separate surface that can be independently cleaned, plowed, and maintained. So that's really the distinction between what we're here for tonight and recognizing that there are concerns about multifamily being constructed in that part of the community, although there is other multifamily there. I've done a map that shows the relative densities based on lot size. And at 5 units, it would be 3.33 dwelling units per acre, which is much lower than 4 or greater that requires that you go to a conditional use. So if you went above 5 units, you'd have to go through a conditional use. There's many other lots in that specific neighborhood that are up into the 3s, the 4s, the 5s as far as dwelling units per acre. So it's really a relative discussion about how much square footage of building can you put on a piece of property, and because it's multifamily, does it really generate any more traffic than if you had smaller single-family home lots that were done, which is much of what's occurred in that neighborhood. And typically with a multifamily project, you can specifically, because you're having common walls, you can contract the size of the footprint of the development and save more of the vegetation, which I know is one of the other things that we're trying to do with the site plan. So with that, if there's any questions or other clarification that needs to happen, I can certainly pass this around. We'll put it up here, and that's just to show that of the properties, this is the subject property. Down here on the corner is 3.6 dwelling units per acre. At Jewel Mine Road, 5.9, 4.8, 3.3, which would be the same as 5 units on this property. 3.8, 3.8, 3.3, 5.4, 2.7. So there's a variety of densities, and whether it's single family or multifamily, you need to get to the issue of how many units are on the acreage itself and how does that relate one way or the other. Typically, when you look at the manuals for traffic engineering, multifamily housing generally develops fewer trips per day than single-family homes do. It's usually about 1.5 to 2 trips less per day out of the multifamily versus a single-family home. So probably less traffic as well. The good news is that you have a conditional use process, so if they go to build more than 5 units, they have to come back to you. And the major test of a conditional use is, can the development be made compatible with the surrounding area? That looks at drainage, looks at aesthetics, looks at density, vegetation retention or landscaping, all of those things. So it has to be compatible with the surrounding area. And it's a major test, and the Planning and Zoning Commission considers it a major test. So, that's it. Any questions?
First, from the board.
There were several letters in our packet that were addressed about the Helmbrecht development. For clarification, this is no longer the Helmbrecht development that we listened to and learned about last year?
That's correct.
Okay. This one has a different scope? And right now your timeline is, you're looking at a variance from a road condition, but you haven't a site development plan in mind at this time?
We do not have a site development plan specifically laid out to determine exactly how many units would be proposed.
Okay.
I think the letters, the most recent letters though, are to the new development, not to the old.
There were a couple in the packet that referenced Helmbrecht.
Well, the reference, okay.
I think not all of the public necessarily made that transition, but they knew they were speaking to a new situation.
Mike, do you want to talk about the land use meeting? Or?
First question to Tim. So collector roads, when I look through the sort of list of collector roads in Anchorage, they're kind of Alaska highway size almost. It's like 5,000 trips a day. It's weird as to why some sections of road around the valley are collector roads, yet the things like Timberline isn't a collector road. Although it probably has much higher traffic.
Timberline is actually probably a better example of what a collector road would be.
But it's not designated.
From a services standpoint.
Yeah. So looking at the maps in the area plan from '93, it looks like the collector roads were part of a plan of a much larger circulation system, most of which have not been constructed, and this just happened to be part of it. It was constructed, I think, with a view to the idea of we would be a 7,000 to 8,000 to 10,000 person community by now. So it's really an artifact of a vision that never came to reality. To me, it doesn't make any sense from a practical point of view that it's designated as a collector road, and it also doesn't make any sense from a practical point of view that we have these very specific requirements in the current code to build to. So just from that point of view, it's kind of this aberrant situation. I will speak briefly to land use. So there were a lot of people at land use last week who were opposed to a large density development. My sense is that some of those were happy to use this mechanism, use denying variance as a way to stop that from happening. Other people were kind of conflicted and ended up they still oppose the ultimate development, but they abstained on this particular issue. So what you actually see in the record is abstentions won, and we never see that typically. We see either a strong for or a strong against, sometimes a split vote. So I think there was disquiet amongst probably the largest part of the audience to use this mechanism as a way to stop the ultimate development. Some people are happy with that, some people weren't. It definitely wasn't an extremely clear-cut issue about the road itself, about building this, about denying or accepting the variance. So, I'm kind of, sorry?
What were the numbers again?
5 in favor of granting the variance, 10 against, and 12 abstentions. So my position is I understand why people see this as a way to stop high-density multifamily unit there, and I respect that, and there will be future opportunities. As far as the road's concerned, there's just no way this is a sensible thing to do, and therefore I think I personally support the idea of granting a variance for this. This won't be, in any sensible area plan once we've finished the revision, this will not be a requirement.
Just to comment, Mike, I know that Kyle gets to take care of making sure the roads are in good shape and snow plowing and the cost associated with that. And it's an interesting thing, and Anchorage has fought this a long time, that wider and straighter always seems to be better. But when you put unnecessary road surface down that goes beyond what your needs are, guess what? You get to maintain it, winter and summer, and you get to repair it. And it is a cost. I can't, for the life of me, understand why is a collector standard road. A 2-lane road in the typical formula of a collector is like 10,000 trips per day. I don't know what the trips are on the Alaska Highway. 3,000. 3,000, okay. So, I don't think that there's a real reason for it. The real dream was to run a rail around the base of the hill, and traffic engineer, the planning director, and the public works manager have the ability to look at each specific situation and give waivers with good cause if they determine that in fact the design criteria manual is off a little bit here and there's a specific situation here that means, yeah, maybe we exceed the grades by a degree, maybe you reduce it, maybe it doesn't need to be so wide, maybe the walkway doesn't have to be separated by 7 feet by that, and you don't have that opportunity. You don't, the board doesn't, management committee, Kyle doesn't, and nobody at the city does. You just either do it or you don't, or you're trying to get a variance. And I think that it's prudent to look at stroke and not treat it as a collector and give some ability to reduce the requirement. And that's what we're requesting as far as the variance. We don't want to do anything stupid to make it more difficult to get around, but we think it would be really not a good idea to do the development as lined out in.
Christina?
Follow-on question, why the segmentation? Why are you going for the variance now and waiting on site development plans?
Because, quite frankly, the cost associated with preparing the sub-base for paving and paving is a pretty significant item and a cost. And generally, when a project gets done, the number of units factors into the total cost of the project. So the more cost for a road is likely going to result in trying to get more units on the site. And we'd like to have the flexibility to let the site tell us how many units should really comfortably fit on that piece of property, rather than having a financial deal that forces us to upset the neighbors.
Thank you.
I have a question or comment. Lots of times, the only way that we can get any upgrades to our road infrastructure is through people doing developments. And that's one of the reasons you have a code, you have, obviously, I don't think that should be a collector road either, but it is. I saw the land use vote a little differently than Mike did. I saw a lot of people abstain, I think, because the resolution is so one way or the other. It's to give you a complete variance where you don't have to do anything to the road, versus I would have liked to have seen something that said, we don't want to build it to collector status, but this is what we're going to do for the community, and we will provide wrap for different areas of the road or things like that. And I think a lot of people in the room felt that was a problem in that you don't have to do anything. If you give a resolution that says you're exempt, and you don't have to do anything. And I would like reasonable upgrades around the area. And for safety and stuff.
Yeah, is that, my understanding is that's something that would come through the conditional use process. That's where you can add these conditions in. That's my understanding.
Unless, Mike, we came in at under 5 or fewer units, then that would not be required.
Right.
And we don't have a problem tonight committing that we will do wrap surfaces on the roadway, on Sproat, and develop it to an appropriate width to match the rest of the improvements, and make sure that the work that's been done with all the drainage improvements, everything else don't get screwed up. If you have more specific demands, please put them out there.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. I just felt like a complete, anyways.
Another thing that can be done is that if you wanted to do it with an approval or a support, recommendation for support for it, subject to resolving the actual section and surfacing with Kyle, that's fine too.
You have a comment?
I just think that people are really confused about what the variance is asking for, and I guess the neighbors are probably wanting to oppose against a 12-family residence, and I think think it's a little confusing. So it's, if you allow the variance to not make the upgrades, are we voting for, sort of an open-ended development? And I think that's what's confusing to some people.
Just to comment, I don't believe you are. You should know that flat out, by going to get the land use permit, they could develop 5 units there. Yeah, they'd have to do some road upgrades, but they could do that, and all they need is a land use permit. Wouldn't have to go for conditional use, nothing. And if they go to 6 units, then they have to go through a conditional use. And part of that will be factored in by the site itself and how that works. And there's a process. So I get that.
Yeah.
And they really are two distinct differences. And, whether there were 6 units there or there were 5 units there, I don't think you want the road paved.
I don't think anyone does.
And there was some discussion with Gray that there was, and that's what was a little bit hard from our end too, that we heard some pretty good feedback at the first land use committee meeting, and then there were a whole different group of people that showed up at the second land use committee meeting that were, had different concerns. And part of the concerns that the first group had were, we don't want to have bigger, wider, faster road. We don't want to have the maintenance problems and snow removal problems and smacking at that. And, one thought came up is that there was concern about pedestrian safety, and that maybe putting a light for visibility at the intersection at Gunnysack and this road would be something. But when I look at it, there's no other lights on this road. And sometimes it's, dangerous actually, and some of you may smile and snicker, but when you create a transition in the lighting, it does odd things to your eyes. And, anybody that's driven on the Glen Highway and you go under the big highway lights, and boy, everything changes, and then you go out from under and you're blind for a few seconds. That's another introduction of something, let alone talking about what do people in Girdwood think about night sky visibility and adding light pollution to it. And I don't even want to go there. On the hillside in Anchorage, you just don't do streetlights. So.
I know we're going to have comments from the public, I would believe. So you might as well stay up there, Tim.
Actually, can I just say one thing? One last.
I'm going to ask you first.
And then I want to hear from you. I wouldn't quite characterize the two land use meetings as being that distinct. I think there were very common concerns in both. There was definitely a bigger audience in the second one because that was the sort of community engagement meeting. So there were more people and you probably had more extreme views there, as you would from any larger sample. But I think in general there were similar concerns. There were concerns about the road being upgraded to collector street standard, a lot of concerns, and also concerns about high density development.
I know that ultimately probably the most significant concern that the neighbors or the community have is, are they going to stick in 12 or 15 units? The good news is there is a process that if there's going to be more than 5, it has to come back to you guys. Land use committee will see it, the public gets a shot there, they get a shot here, they get a public hearing shot at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it's a pretty significant process to go through to be able to actually successfully get through a conditioning process. And that will be something that between the site specifics itself and the politics, Gray's been sitting here listening to all this, and he has to take that into consideration as well. So, I don't know what the ultimate answer is. I can't even guess to what the ultimate number of units will be. But there's a slope to the site and that, so it's a little bit restricted, and that usually drives you to have fewer units. So we'll let the site.
So far we've heard up to 12, and you're saying up to 15. What's the difference?
If you take the actual requirement for adding units through a conditional use, I believe that you can calculate it, and it comes out at 15 dwelling units as a maximum theoretical that you could do on that piece of property.
Mike, it's 4 to 8 per acre for conditional recreational use.
Yes,
So it's an
I thought
acre
it
and
was
a half.
for an acre and a half, making it 12, but there may be some other calculation.
Yeah, what's interesting about the way, and this is something different about your code in chapter 9, that it says that when you are at 4 dwelling units per acre or denser, you have to go to a conditional use. So it really comes back to the size of the property, because it's an acre and a half, and you do the math, and you can put 5 units on there and only be at 3.33 dwelling units per acre, so you're under the 4. If you go to 6 units, you're exactly at 4. And when I read the code, if you're exactly at 4, you go for a conditional use.
Correct, and that's why we think it's only 12.
They would think 12, yeah, 8 times 1.5.
But, so we're gonna hear, I want to keep moving, I want to hear from the public. Lee?
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
So a couple things, naturally. I would have to disagree with Mike about what he said about, folks, this road has been the entire problem since the beginning of this development. The proposal was brought to us last year. So you have 2 other roads to connect to. You've got Gunny Sack there, and when we're talking about paving a road that would make sense to pave would be Gunny Sack. And so I haven't heard anybody talk about, did you go and talk to the community about putting a road out there? Did you talk about it? Have you looked at that?
You could go out to Gunny Sack, but the problem is that Gunny Sack exceeds several of the requirements of a standard road, one of them being grade, and the work associated with bringing that road up to a standard, it doesn't make sense to go out that direction.
So if you want to come into my neighborhood and you want to put 12 housing units in my neighborhood, I'm going to probably have to insist that you're going to have to make an improvement to a road that actually makes sense to my neighborhood.
Yes.
And cleaning up Gunny Sack, that makes sense to my neighborhood. Regrading that road would be a safety improvement for everybody in that community. But that's not the consideration. Consideration is to put all the vehicles out onto Sprode, which creates a traffic hazard for a lot of people on a very narrow road. And I'd like to say something about that narrow road. When you put in these condos and you've got VRBOs, and this is an issue we're dealing with all over this town, where are people going to park when they're out of parking spots? Well, they're going to park on Sprode. One other reason why I like Gunny Sack, and I'm even giving an inch here because I've been pushing for this to be on the highway since the beginning. We can talk about that. The whole intent of that zoning was for those high-density units to be able to get right out of the highway. And now, as we explained last meeting, the reason I got a problem, we have a problem is because the DOT made a change. And unfortunately, that zoning is probably no more applicable to that area because you can no longer access the highway. Okay, so probably the next sensible place to be would be Gunny Sack. But then you don't want to make an investment to improve that road. Now, the other reason we had a problem with this variance, and it's not because we're trying to stop the development, it's because it's going to be can't widen in that area, then where are people going to park? Now you're going to create a traffic issue, okay, which is even more compounded by the fact that that's a 1.5 lane road in the wintertime. It's not 2 cars and a pedestrian going through in the winter. The other reason is you've got a water tank across the street. You've got a $15,000 fire or 15,000 gallon water tank across the street, so you can't really push out that direction. Okay, so now it's adding more traffic issues. So what may be a monetary issue for you guys on it makes sense, it's cheapest to use Sprode, creates a lot more problems for the neighborhood. If you fixed up Gunny Sack, that would be very beneficial to the entire neighborhood, and it would make sense to pave it, and it would make you within code, and plus I bet nobody would park out there when it gets icy. So, you're coming to us and you're saying, this neighborhood just wants to shut down development. No, we just don't want you adding 12 units worth of cars onto a street where there's maybe 12 houses on the entire road. Okay, that road was not designed for this. It's not a collector street. I mean, we can all be honest with that. It's not a collector street, and it shouldn't have those high concentration traffic dumps onto that road. So that's another huge point that I think maybe got missed is this has always been about where it's accessing our neighborhood. And that's always been the big problem. And that's the other one too, is I can't support a variance. I can't support going behind a variance when you don't have an answer to me about how many vehicles are on this road. If you were to say, I'm going to put 3 units on here, okay, fine, I can deal with that. But if you're gonna say 15 units, well, you're gonna have to make some improvements again, because we go back to people are gonna park there. If you got 15 VRBOs going into one block, well, they're not gonna park on the highway, and they're not gonna park in Gunny Sack when they have their 19 friends over, and you're 15 units, and now I've got 60 cars on the street because we're having a mega kegger for fucking, sorry. Sorry, I swear for living. For, you know, whatever, ski bunny hot dog party, okay? That's a real thing. It really happens in our neighborhood too, even in the minors, okay? So I think that's the big thing. I think the same people were at both meetings, the same people have been at all these meetings. And yeah, a lot of us don't like the idea of a large development, but the first and foremost issue is where the vehicles of that development are gonna go. You can't even tell me how many vehicles are on there. So I can't support a variance because there's a huge difference between 3 units and 15 units. And 15 units, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to put a street light out there. Because 15 homeowners dumping out on the road in the morning is a hazard. For kids, dogs, feral cats, feral rabbits, whatever it is, we love all of them, so we want to make it safe. And it's got to be safe. We can't just not do anything. And just throwing riprap down is not an answer to that either. So that's what I'd say.
Any other further comments?
What? I have a question for you. Oh, sorry. I'll wait until you've done that question.
I'm Tyler Crestwell, 56 Girdwood. I was an abstainer from the last vote. There were a few others that we don't live on the road, and there were a lot of people who live on the road, so I think we wanted their voices to be heard. But I thought Mike made a great comment that you can think that this is silly, that paving a section of an unpaved road is silly, and also oppose having 15 units there. And I also think that the obvious answer that seemed obvious, it seemed obvious that the land use committee being the proper receptacle for 5 units or 10 units or 15 units is the Alyeska Highway. And that DOT is talked about as this big immovable object that just will not grant a variance. And I'm not sure why. I feel horrible that people have to deal with that. But it is a safety issue, so I don't understand how DOT can't be concerned about a safety issue. And I think that dumping 5 units, every other on highway, every other high density group of homes collects onto to and from the highway. And I think that's the obvious solution.
It's a monetary thing and a moratorium based on the improvements made to the pathway.
Sure, well, a moratorium doesn't help when someone's kid gets hit on a dark road.
Neither does it with a bike path.
I don't care about them.
Could I respond to a couple of the points that were First, Gunny Sack serves more than just this piece of property. And because of how out of spec it is, I don't know that it's necessarily fair to suggest that one property owner should be responsible for fixing the road between Sproat and the Alyeska Highway to do that. If it was participating in a road improvement district or something like that, and they were paying their fair share, and they weren't carrying the entire bucket for that length, I don't think there'd be a problem. Assume there's going to be 5 units there. And if there's more than that, you get to come and make your opinion known. That's what the process is all about, and that's why it's good that there's a conditional use there. The thing that I will add is that, you know, one of your concerns was the lack of specifics about the variance. We would be going with a wrap surface, and it would probably be okay, because I don't know that you necessarily want to, and I haven't talked to Gray about this, I'm probably fired when I walk out of here, but that if it goes to a conditional use, that P&Z should not be limited from looking at or considering what road improvements or things may be necessary to make the project compatible with the surrounding area. So they could add additional requirements. And if you wanted to support the variance on that basis, so that if it comes back with more units than what they could go get right now, that would be part of what they would be looking at.
DOT.
Why DOT?
DOT, oh man, that's why I forgot it so quick. DOT is one of the most frustrating groups to deal with, and they, while they're in the transportation business, they're in the transportation business solely for their roadway and throughput of traffic on that roadway. So they're looking for volume in their pipeline, and they don't necessarily want to add any other pipes or valves into their pipe because it slows down the ability to move traffic on their road or within their pipe. So you see this all the time. There are, obviously, when you look at the pattern of how lots were granted access, when lots only had an option to go out to Alyeska Highway, they had the ability, and DOT can't necessarily say no. They have to provide reasonable access. If there's other ways for you to go, they will typically deny your access unless there's, if there was a cliff behind it and there was no other way out, they might be convinced that maybe to allow you to have a joint access with the next door neighbor who already had an access out to the highway. We've talked to DOT and they've said, well, we're not going to give you an email or a written comment until you apply for a driveway permit. And then we will process it. And as a sideboard comment, then we'll deny it. But they don't have anything to deny until you go through the process of requesting that. And I don't know, what kind of dinner do you like? If you or I can individually or together get DOT to not deny a driveway permit out to the LLC, I'll buy you and your wife a dinner wherever you want down here.
Well, I actually do lobbying work, so I will put in a good word with Jennifer Johnson.
Good.
And Gavin Easel, and I will see what they can do for you.
Okay.
And I would honestly be happy to do it. To me, this isn't about saying no to development. To me, it's about maintaining the integrity of our neighborhood. And if you were to go for a conditional use permit, and you're going to put those vehicles all out on our roads, I can guarantee you that's not going to go. A lot of us are very familiar with the financial situation of this property. Maybe you guys haven't delved into it, but many of my neighbors have, because you guys are not the first people to consider this. All Rex are well known and good friends to a lot of people in this community. We know that you're going to have to go before the audience to make this financially feasible, much never resolved. So I'd be more than happy to help you with that, but it didn't work. But I can tell you, it's just, it's always been about the road. It's always been about access on this road. It's always been a safety issue, and it's going to be a parking issue, and it's going to be a plowing issue, and it's going to be a lot of things. And that's what it's always been about.
And those are great questions to ask and bring up at planning and zoning if they go for conditional use. And, we'll come back and talk to the land use committee and the board of supervisors when they determine how many units they're going to have, and if it's to go for conditional use, we'll be back here.
Well, that would be my other comment, is to say, why would it be fair for you to have to upgrade a gunny sack? Well, we're all taxpayers in that area, and the taxes we pay are sufficient to maintain the road for our uses. So if someone else needs to upgrade those roads for their use, then that's a responsibility they have to bear, and we're all going to bear the maintenance of that road. When you go in and pave that, and then Kyle's got to go in and repave it later to fix the potholes, we're going to bear that burden on cost. So we all are going to pitch in on that.
Sure, and every owner of however many units are built there are going to pay money as well. And that will actually increase the amount of taxes that are collected on that piece of property because it's undeveloped right now. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand why you're concerned. And, all I can say is that there's a process that's been established to do that and bring it forward, and we'll work with you. And if you can get a driveway permit through DOT, and Jennifer can actually get DOT to do anything, I'll hire you from now on to go get our driveway permit.
I did get Ross Knopfsinger to give me a permit last year, but he said he wouldn't, so I got a real talent
a fly on the wall with this conversation for the last couple months. One thing I think I felt like I heard from the neighborhood was more clarity on the development. Some felt it was a blank check by writing and allowing for a variance to happen without really knowing what the development was going to be, in that aspect, because it's just real vagueness in there. And then one thing about the Helmbrooks, they came in and said, hey, we want to do a 12-plex, which didn't really raise the hairs of a lot of people in the neighborhood. But I did hear comments at the land use that if there was a certainty about what was going to be developed there, that would help them to make the decision about approving this variance. And so I guess my input is that maybe that could be clarified more, and I know it's really a development cost thing, but if that could be brought forward by the development to say, we're going to do this, I think that gives more clarity as to what's going on. I mean, me as a property owner, I would like to have the ability to access my property where it's probably the least expensive and the most functional, in that aspect. But I think in this case, I think the neighborhood's just trying to figure out more about what is going to happen on this property, which is going to probably lead them to having more of a idea if they want to approve this variance going forward.
Sure.
Can I just, point of order, we need to extend the meeting again?
Yes.
So I move to extend to 11.
Second.
Favor? And another comment that I would make is just our public process is that land use has denied this request, or voted it down. If we were to approve it tonight, then we have to go back to land use and work out a compromise with them, or we have to send both of those to the planning commission, both the rejection and the approval, just so you know our process. This is the way our process works. I would think the community would be more in favor of approving this elimination of the Collector Road upgrade if there was more clarity on what the project was and more clarity on what improvements you would do to the road. And we can vote tonight to either approve or not. But, or we can ask, or you can ask that we just table it and we work to try to come up with more clarity on what the project's going to be and what the road improvements would be for that project. So I'm just kind of throwing, yes.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you exactly, but this was on my mind when this conversation began today too, and we were talking about, if you want to make changes to this, we can commit right now to wrap along the whole way. I think that this is a conversation that is initiated by the topic as described on the agenda, which was set by Dowell. In each of the ways that it's been restated, it's been stated by Dowell. So now it says not to be upgrading the road to collector status at all. So I think that perhaps going back to Dowell, asking Dowell to reshape their request of land use so that land use can talk about this in more certain terms and then pass it up to you. And it would still be old business, but I think it should be clarified by the petitioner what they're asking for. When you guys start trying to decide what they're asking for, then we get into, I think, a really uncomfortable space as far as what land use has heard, what you've heard, who's voted where. I really think that in the direction that we're heading, it sounds like it probably needs to go back with a clarified topic and have land use vote on something that is something that they feel like they've heard.
What I would say is, I think it's clear what they're asking for. I would like a different resolution come forward.
Right.
I mean,
But that has to come from
that's
them.
part of our process. I mean, our process, assuming this isn't time critical. If it's time critical, we just go ahead and send two different answers. If it's not time critical, we have to go back through.
If it passes.
If it passes, if it doesn't pass, it's simple. If it does pass, then we still have to go back through and negotiate this process, which would include the petitioner. So I think there's two ways to get to the same place.
Okay.
And a different way to get to a different place.
So, I'm going to keep the ball rolling. I don't hear any further comments.
I have one last comment, and it's very important that everybody understands what's required in the conditional use permit process. That one of the things that you have to do is come up with about a 35% civil design, site plan, landscape plan, building floor plans, building elevations, colors, materials, and that. And there's a pretty hefty price tag to do that. So I guess it's that chicken and the egg thing, and we were hoping, and I think that we can certainly add some specifics to our request. I never like going forward without support, but I guess I would just simply ask that if you do move forward and support it, or deny it tonight, that if it's to support it, go ahead and put some conditions or directives that there'll be resolution with either the land use committee or GOS or Kyle Keller or the city public works department as to it, that it goes from a collector standard road to a wrap finish standard compatible with both ends of that project and done to a residential standard. So that would be it.
So I think we can get to that. There are several ways of getting there. One of them is to just reject it now, and then you can reapply that. One of them is for us to vote yes, and then we have to go through a resolution process with LUC and come up with something else that we can both agree on. I think they're the two. Well, the other choice is say no, it doesn't come back at all. So I think they're the three paths we can choose. I don't know what we as a board want to do out of those three, and I don't know what the petitioners would be happy with. Not that we're trying to make them happy, we want to come to a good consensus with the community. So I'd like to actually answer them. So as the most vocal person in the audience. I was going to say the most intelligent as well. But that would be an insult to everyone else. So one of them are the most intelligent people in the audience, and definitely the loudest. So I understand that, I think everyone would be happier if we could go to the highway. I'm sure a lot of people will be happy if it stays the way it is. If there's changes to the current status or the configuration of SPRO, what would be acceptable? I mean, what would be, is what is proposed in the current collector standard what you want just for that section? Or is there something less than that that would be a useful enhancement to the road overall? I mean, is there a compromise position?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the hugest challenges we have in the neighborhood. I mean, I'll go back to the parking. I mean, I can't have a single person that cannot fit in my driveway on the street. And that's pretty much the way it is for most people in that neighborhood. So my concern would be widening, number one. Number two, there's no ditches in that area. There's a water tank across the street, so that means that plow can only plow so far off that side of the road. So you only have one opportunity to widen the side of the road unless you want to dig up a 15,000-gallon water tank and move it, which, again, that's kind of costly. And the reason why we pushed the gunny sack, at least, I know the highway is very challenging, and I think a lot of people would at least be willing to consider the gunny sack option. The Helmbrechts told us before they didn't want any gunny sack because they didn't want it to close the driveway across the street. And I know that was a concern for them, but, obviously we don't want to pave that section of road, but that is something that's got to be done.
So how do we get to that?
Exactly. And I can tell you, I mean, if your driveway is going to go onto that road, there's no way in hell you're going to get a conditional use permit to build anything around 5 units. I mean, that neighborhood will absolutely not go with that. There's just no way.
exactly how many units it's going to be, honestly. Because I haven't made a decision yet. My partners and me have not really made a decision on how many units it's going to be. We're listening to all this, taking it in, and it's quite a process.
Yeah, it's quite a process. Because if we go back to, that is,
I just want to finish the last thing. I don't want to much other happening, because I got to live down here. I ski out here all the time. I got 20 homes I'm building now. Okay, I'm involved in this community just like all of you guys. A lot of that lumber you see dropped off, that's my lumber. So I'm part of this community and been a part of it for a long time, and supplying people building houses and helping people build houses down here for many years. So I'm connected here too. So I hear and feel what you're saying, and I want safety. I don't want those things. I have a home. I don't like it going on in front of my home either. But my intention, our intention, is to put a nice development in there and leave trees, hide as much as we can, make it a beautiful spot, have a pathway down, make a stairway down to the bike path. Do those things that make everybody, more pleased with the development. I don't want to have something that everybody's upset about. I'm going to see you at the brewery, I'm going to see you at the grocery store.
You won't see me.
the other brewery.
I'm going to see you somewhere.
No, I think, and I think that's right. If you had a plan, you said, we're putting in 5 units and we don't want to pave it, I think you get a much different response from the neighborhood. You have to understand, Congress came in here and prepped everybody for 12 units. They prepped everybody for, 24, 30 vehicles being in the parking lot. They prepped everybody for paving section roads and all those kind of things. I got a different plan. Bring a different plan. They get a different response. But that's, nobody ever wants to trust somebody they don't know. And say, I'm just going to do 5 units. I mean, we're not going to write you a blank check.
I can tell you right now, all of this about it. And, we have every intention to make it, if it's road, make it that road nicer. There's concerns from a maintenance standpoint. We want to address those concerns. We want to end up where you guys, everybody's happy. There's no future in, having animosity in the development. So, at the end of the day, we're going to be compromising until the cows come home to have something that everybody is pleased with and makes a nice development and fits into that area. That's our wish. That's my wish. And I'm not going to do it any other way.
Looking at the smartest person in the room. Do you have a comment?
I never know what to think about this thing because I don't want to see the street made like just as this one short area. I would, like everybody else, I'd like to see it just go out on Alyeska Highway, but I don't think that's going to happen. The point you make about that water tank is kind of an interesting one because really that's fire department right here. And that water may actually be needed for a house at some point. And you just can't have, as you said, a ton of people parking on the road. Not right here. I mean, you can do it sometimes, you do that part of the road, and you never get it out, but that really would be not safe. I voted no at the last meeting, even though I'm in favor of some type of variance, but I want to see some conditions, some improvement. And maybe the improvement has more to do with parking than it does what's on the road. I don't know.
So we have to keep
the table.
Does that get us any further if we table?
Well, I can't remand it down to the lower court of land use, so what I really want to do is to have this discussed at land use committee with the site development plan.
We could do that by, I don't know if we're not tabling it back to land use necessarily.
No, we're tabling it until there's more information presented at land use.
We can do that by voting yes, and we can do that by voting no. I prefer a direct action, in my opinion, so I'm going to call for the vote at some point.
Well, we got other items on the agenda,
Yeah, so
so I would entertain a motion if you want.
I move that we, in that case, I move that we provide a resolution of support for the variance request to allow it not to be, allow Sproat Road not to be upgraded to collector street standard. That's what I do.
Second.
Further discussion? My only discussion will be that I have never voted in my 5 years against the land use, and I won't now.
My discussion is that I'm reading this literally as it's written. I'm talking about not paving Sproat. That's all I'm looking at. That is what is before us, black and white, not paving Sproat.
Not doing
Nothing about
any-
development or nothing about anything
Right,
else.
it's not doing any upgrade to the road structure.
To that particular section.
Right.
Yes.
It doesn't say any upgrades, it says upgrade to collector street standard,
Right.
which is a specific thing.
Well, it does-
Changing the code is giving them a variance.
But I mean, they don't have to do anything.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
And they might do something, but I'm just saying there's nothing in writing that says they have to do anything once we pass this.
Correct, but passing this doesn't do anything either. I mean, what passing this pushes us back to the position where we have a meeting with land use and decide what to do next. So this, by passing it, we're not actually generating a resolution.
So,
In reality, given the
I
way
have
our process is that the correct interpretation? I just want to check if that is the right interpretation. Okay.
I mean, if you pass it, then you need, as chair, since you're chair tonight, you need to call upon the chair of land use to reconsider their decision. And you need to send down an opinion why you did not go with their decision.
See, remand to the lower court.
And so they would have to reconsider. If they refuse to reconsider, then you would probably most likely send your opinion forward with their opinion too. The last time we had something like this is when the developer wanted to put in the trailer, the RV park down here, and it failed at P&Z because P&Z says, we can't tell what Girdwood wants to do. It's very confusing the way this is written. One says yes, one says no, and the public was the one that said no. So that's what would happen going forward.
And the other way of doing it is to rather table it, is to vote no now. And if the owners of the parcel want to come back in a month or 2 months or whatever, with a specific proposal, then we can go through this process again. But we'd have to go through 2 meetings and everything else.
And they can still go on with the variance process. Whatever opinion comes off of here, they can take that forward and still go seek the variance.
the P&Z
Yep.
start, yeah.
So they just would have to carry the fact that the community didn't support it.
So I have a motion and a second and some further discussion, so I will call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? Motion fails. So we would, if you would like to continue this discussion, we'd like you to come back with more specifics to land use, I'm thinking.
All right, 15 minutes.
Okay, finalize agenda topics for MOA GBWS quarterly meeting scheduled for October 28th at 4 PM in Girdwood Community Room.
I have no further comment.
Any other topics to add?
So this is in our packet. We've got Sladen Mole, ball field, impound lot, regulation of short-term rentals, and the fire department EMS funding, AFD and GFR contract negotiations, Silvertip DOT station closing, Kenai Peninsula Borough Auto Service Area funding, discussion of Girdwood Valley Service Area joining AFD service area.
So just quickly under the Girdwood Fire Department, I don't know how far you want to go into detail about that EMS funding and AFD from that aspect, because it's currently being worked between the fire department and the representatives from AFD. So I don't know how, because basically you're talking to Bill Falls at his level. So Bill knows something's coming, but he's waiting for what's being worked out at the subcommittee right now to come up. So, I mean, what I'm sort of saying is that don't go in there and start hammering him on something
Okay,
that he
I won't
hasn't had a
hammer him.
chance,
You're
hasn't had
talking
a
to me.
chance to hear what's actually been produced
Right.
in that aspect.
Yes.
Let the process work, and then we can tell.
Well, we'll just talk about that we're doing it.
Yes.
And I don't think it's inappropriate to say that one of the parts of the process is we're looking at more funding.
Great. I think that's fine. I think it's
But
actually
not
great.
saying that,
You need to give us more money right now.
okay. And I would entertain a motion, do I need a motion for this? No.
No, there's nothing else to add. We'll move it forward.
Okay.
Oh, and one other thing there. And then there's a presentation that we're going to do for the breathing apparatus at that same meeting, post-meeting.
Yes, 5 o'clock.
Okay.
14. We are on discuss and vote on sole source request for Huddle, AK to perform contractor work for the Trails Plan. In our packet, we have a scope of work.
Cost estimates on the left.
And we have somewhere back here, the sole source document, memorandum. And Christina probably wants to talk to this, but I have a few questions to start. If that's okay? I can just start real quick. First question is, within this, it states that, I gotta remember what it stated. It states, this plan will augment existing planning in Girdwood Valley service area, including but not limited to the Girdwood area plan update. We cannot spend any money on the Girdwood area on planning. So if we can't spend any money within our service area for the Girdwood area plan, can we spend money on this?
Yeah, it's a function of Parks and Rec.
Okay.
So this plan will probably end up being an appendix that area plan sucks in and says, here's what Girdwood Trails Committee completed for their management and operation plans of their trails, and then that appendix will land in there. That's the way I see it. And then, because the area plan is doing an overall plan in that aspect. So just like anything, if we do a park plan, Forest Fair Park, we would create a plan that would be a Parks and Rec.
Next comment is, I was surprised that this is in old business, because I haven't seen anything about this before. I know we're doing a management plan, but I had never seen any money or a group that we're going to use as a sole source or anything like that. And so one of the things that I would ask is if the Trails Committee has heard about this.
Yes, we've discussed it at all the meetings except June and July when we had the work meetings.
And so they know the amount and they know who's doing it.
Yes, and I'll look to confirmation from Carolyn.
Yeah, the amount stuff is not part of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Holly of Huddle AK was at the October meeting as well.
But I think in GBOS, we haven't seen this before.
I was under the impression we had it on the August agenda, because we
Not
talked
for a
about
sole
it during
service.
budget.
Not for a sole source.
Definitely not for sole service.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No.
Not that we're doing a plan. We know we're doing a plan, we know we're going to spend some money.
We talked about this, guys.
Yes.
Come on.
We just didn't know the amount, and we didn't know the contractor, and we didn't know it was going to be sole source.
Well, the sole source just came up this past week. We had planned on using the existing contract vehicle through the Boutte company, but we received guidance from procurement that they would support a sole source, which therein saves us over $5,000 in fees for using the Boutte company as a pass-through. So yes, the topic of sole source is new to you. But that's because it's a recent development.
And I can read the document as to why we're doing a sole sources versus putting out an RFP.
Yeah, pretty much it saves us money, it has a lot of continuity because Holly's been with us for the cemetery plan as well as she's facilitating the meetings for the Girdwood area plan. So there's a lot of synergy to be had there, as well as this is timely for the amount of private interest that have come forward and expressed a desire to put in future applications to use public lands for trails development. And then I think my last comment was the fact that we have other agencies that are doing in-kind work, such as the Forest Service working to provide us with GIS, which is a significant cost savings for a project of this magnitude. And then further, I heard from the Heritage Land Bank that they're willing to provide some additional cost to support the public meeting and public participation.
Done a lot of good work. Carolyn, the Trails Committee does support this, correct? Yeah. Okay.
Where's the money come from?
Okay, we right now have a GR 16, which is a contribution from 2016. It has 86,000 in it. We would encumber the 48,500 out of that 86,000.
This is
from our capital account, from 406 account. And so just to be clear, purchasing said we will support consideration of a sole source. It still has to get Ron Hayden to say, yes, I support putting this forward to the Assembly for them to approve in that aspect.
Yeah, that's right.
Sole sources are difficult to get through, and we've taken a template and we're trying to give them that have been successful in the past and try to get them through it. I've gotten pushback the whole way through this. They want me to do a RFP, a request for proposal, but we strongly feel that Huddle is the group we want to work with because they're working on the area plan, there's consistency, we want to keep pushing that forward. But MOA purchasing always tends to fall back on competitive because that's always sort of a way to give taxpayers their best source for pricing. So, but in this case, we disagree.
Significantly increase if we went to an RFP.
So.
I always think plans are expensive. They all are, and they all somehow come in right below $50,000. I wonder how that is.
Oh, they might be above, some are higher.
Well, no, but that's because you don't have to do the...
We got this one for under 15.
1,500 below 50.
We got you a deal, Jerry.
Does anybody have a problem moving this forward?
I'm pretty uncomfortable it's just appeared in old business. I mean, we haven't considered this at all. I mean, I know there's a concept and there's a plan and there'll be some money associated with it and there'll be someone working on it, but, you know, this being presented as a done deal to vote today, I'm uncomfortable.
And I apologize for that. I didn't even consider the fact that sole source would have been.
Well, I mean, all the detail. I mean, it was just a vague concept.
Is there a time crunch?
Kind of, sort of. We'd love to get it kicked off because I'd love to get this in front of procurement. We all know how long that content takes. Could we add it to Monday's agenda?
That's what I was going to ask. Would a week be okay?
I don't know. I mean, the other thing that makes me slightly uncomfortable about this is it's actually far more money than is being spent on the area plan, and it's likely this will be done quite a bit faster than the area plan. So the area plan is saying what the community wants, and we're being told by the trails what the community is going to get. So there's a timing mismatch and a sort of directional mismatch there, which also concerns me a little bit about this timescale.
We've also been in deep discussions with other landowners about the need for a trails plan in order to make decisions that represent what the community through a public process would like to see in the allocation of lands as applicants go through the planning process to develop more recreational opportunities in the community. And at the slow pace of the Girdwood area plan, but also the Girdwood area plan's already fed into recreation with the springtime public meetings where we prioritize recreation as a key point, which you said so yourself in the Girdwood area plan update, that recreation is one of your very first things.
So that's one of the things we're now reaching out to the community. The area plan is now reaching out to the community and having those discussions. But having the solution of the plan already done.
But you said you're having meetings in the next few months. That's exactly our timeline. I don't see any reason why we couldn't utilize Huddle in order to synergize having meetings that would benefit both
That's why you have the right choice. I don't have any concerns at all about the choice.
Well, you asked, your initial question, Mike, was about, is there a timing issue? And I answered yes, and that's the reason why.
And then his comment was the expense. And that's my comment too. It's a fairly large expense.
No, well, my comment really was
compared
just about the very fact that we're paying a professional to do this means it's going to be faster than the area plan which encompasses it, which should be directing it, is going to take longer because there isn't any funding source for it.
Right.
So we're going to end up with part of the plan will be effectively done and finished, and there'll be an answer, while the thing that's meant to feed into it has not been, probably won't be completed, and we're inherently going to create a conflict in it.
Well, there's already an existing Girdwood Trails management plan that the didn't have to go through such rigor when the Girdwood area plan was being updated. Because Girdwood area plan's been being updated for quite some time.
Because it's a management plan, it's an operational issue.
Well, this trails plan it's not going to say the lat long of every single trail of where things are needing to go. It's instead a visioning exercise per the scope. It's to provide an opportunity for the community to say what areas they would like to see improvements for recreational economy here in Girdwood. It's exactly what the Girdwood area plan has requested based on the scope that we saw and the feedback in the spring meeting. That's how I work with Holly to create the scope that you have in front of you.
Okay, so this effectively reflects, instead of having to do part of the work through the area plan, it's being done through this instead.
Yes.
So instead of having the interface further down, you're going to do part of the area plan work.
Yes.
Which does kind of pose the same question.
It seems to me it poses a big question. Why we can fund this and we can't
Because the
fund the
Girdwood
other?
area plan looks at more than just recreation.
But then each part of it we could potentially get. We can do roads that perhaps all the transportation thing should be funded by a plan there. We could do it that way.
We could. And we also have 3 minutes left in our meeting.
I would be in favor of voting on this at the next meeting, just because we haven't seen the cost or the scope until this meeting.
And
You should have come to the trails meeting.
And then I would ask, but in the trails meeting, there's no vote to support this, is there?
Oh gosh, I can't even remember that many weeks ago.
So,
Were you at the trails meeting?
I think it was presented, but I don't think that there was an actual
I don't
vote.
think I asked for a resolution of support because I've done so much to bird dog this the whole way through, so. If you need a resolution of support from the Trails Committee, I'd have to get that on the 5th of November, and then we wouldn't vote on this until the week before Thanksgiving, and then I wouldn't get it through procurement in the month of December, and I wouldn't start until January, potentially.
I think that sounds reasonable. But I push we table
Even though
this
I
to
wanted to
next
start
meeting.
this month. That doesn't sound reasonable to me, Mike. I have been busting my butt to get this done.
I don't understand the driver for why it has to be done right now. I just don't,
Because of the public process, because we have people in the community now. They're not distracted by skiing, they're not distracted by the spin up of winter activities. Now is the time. You saw how many people came out tonight. October and November are key times to engage the public before the ski season starts. And that's also since it's got such a heavy public participation from different users, including winter users, I want to be able to make sure that we get their participation in the working group.
Sorry, I'm just looking at time again. What are we doing about time?
Oh, yeah, I entertain a motion to...
Extend for another 15 minutes to 11:15.
Second.
Favor? Okay. Thank you, Mike. The next Trails meeting is the 5th.
But that's if you need a resolution of support. Do you need a resolution of support?
Are we meeting Monday?
Yeah.
Well,
you say, you think you...
Especially because I wasn't at that meeting, so I haven't heard a lot about this.
Yeah, okay.
I know it's a lot of money, but it's the way to move this forward.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is a way to move it forward. Margaret?
So something that Kyle and I have observed about the initiation of the area plan meetings is that although we spent a fair amount of time moving in circles, there was some definition on what was wanted and was not wanted. So I don't know that taking extra time to run through the process more fully necessarily means that you waste time. I think that you could have some meetings through the Trails Committee, start your focus group, consolidation, and I think that there is some progress that could be made and start to work the network that will eventually be the participants in the...
Respectfully, I disagree. The whole point of having a third party is that it takes all the work off of the municipal staff and myself as a supervisor and as the trail committee leads. The majority of the work is the setting up the meetings, taking the meeting notes, taking care of all of the discussion and the administrative record that goes into it. If we were to burden the Trails Committee and myself further over the next 2 months to pick up the slack of the scope in order to get us to somewhat of a teeter-totter come January when we have able to put this through procurement and get it going, that's an undue burden that I had already tried to alleviate from those parties by writing it into the scope, which is what got us to the 48.5. I literally have Huddle doing everything so as to take the burden off of this group.
Right, well, and I don't intend to argue. I'm just kind of saying that I don't think that this is going to fall under the Trails Committee. This will be a subcommittee.
Yes.
So getting that set up.
Yeah, but I'd like the consultant to help out with that.
I guess I'm just saying that you don't necessarily lose, you're not necessarily wasting time if you end up a month from now having this conversation and moving forward. I'm more concerned if the sole source doesn't fly.
Yeah.
And
that's why also I want to go ahead and get this in front of procurement so that if I do need to figure out Plan G in December, I can go through, start with those understandings.
I just feel very uncomfortable that none of this has been communicated to us as a board until now. We're being told to vote on it right now. If we don't do it right now, we have to do it no later than next week. And that just seems a huge amount of rush. And I just don't like it. I'm not comfortable with it. I don't understand what's driving it still. It just seems like some sort of, not deliberate, it's probably purely circumstantial, but it seems like a circumvention of the process we have for everything else. And that just inherently makes me uncomfortable because we've slowed down. We've been too slow on other things we should have been faster with. So this doesn't seem like it's so critical that it has to be done right now with little consideration. So, we can vote on it now, I just don't know, because not because I disagree with it, but because I'm uncomfortable about the way it's being rushed through. So I propose we vote on it in the November GBOS meeting and treat it as if it was new business now.
And I propose we vote on it next Monday because it doesn't take that long to read a scope of work.
But we still have a process. There'll probably be more people turning up to a GBOS meeting than there will for our MOA meetings, that typically is the case.
And the other advantage would be there would be a Trails meeting before that.
Yeah, and there'll be a Trails meeting before that, so we'll get that feedback as well.
I didn't ask for a resolution of support at the Trails meeting, and I should have. I honestly didn't even think it was a need because of the support from the other plans in the community. So I'll work with the Trails Committee to get a resolution of support on the 5th of November.
Or is that okay with the board, or does somebody want to make a motion? Either way.
I make a motion to vote on the sole source and see if I can go ahead and get started on this.
Okay, I'm looking for a second. Do I hear one?
Second.
Further discussion?
Well, I'll be voting no for the reasons I've already described.
And just so you know, I will
because I disagree with Holly's also.
I think that this is a great plan, and I think I think Holly's the right person, and I think it's the way to go forward with the Trails meeting, and I'm going to vote no also because I don't like the way it was put forward either, and the speed that it was put forward to. I'm sorry.
I agree with Jerry, and also we've talked about with several groups tonight about how long the public process is, and it's just the way it is,
So, having further discussion, any more discussion? Call for a vote, all in favor? All opposed? And we'll look forward again next month.
Even though we just voted it down, can we bring it in as old business next month?
Oh, it'll definitely be old business next time.
Okay, Mike, can you lead the next one? I'll be right back.
Okay, new business. 15, Girdwood Trails Committee requests the GBOS resolution of support to supply a recreational trails program to apply for a recreational trails program RTP grant for the Girdwood Lower Iditarod National Historic Trail Phase 2 from Rowan to Crows.
So next month, we'll present you with a resolution asking for your support. It's one that has been signed by GBOS for several years. So it'll be an update to what the new project is.
Excellent. Any discussion? See if we can finish before Jerry gets back. Girdwood Fire Rescue request for a GBOS resolution of support for GBSA for replacement purchase of 25 self-contained breathing apparatus, CBA masks, 50 air bottles, 3 rapid intervention crew RIC packs, and 1 air compressor at a cost not to exceed $240,000 to be repaid to AFD through the GFR 406 capital account.
So Girdwood Fire is trying to keep up with the improvements that AFD is making for all their breathing apparatuses, and so AFD is going out to bid in the coming months, and Girdwood wants to join that bid to upgrade their apparatuses so that they are current. A lot of times Girdwood Fire and AFD are joint on a response, and they will exchange bottles, they may exchange packs, and they want to be fully compliant so that they're together. So this is an upgrade that needs to happen, and is a good time to make it happen. The funding, we have adequate funding to make it happen, and $240,000 is the very, very high end, but when we think we've got the bid, it'll be much lower, but that gives them room in case the bids do come in high.
As we heard earlier at the previous meeting, $240,000 will be about half of their capital account.
Correct. It'll be about half the capital account at this point.
Okay, so that's going to be presented next month.
Next month.
Monday, thank you, next week. GVSA renewal with HLB permit 2009-13, 2020 renewal, Girdwood Industrial Park subdivision.
This is
Phase 1, 2770.
This is the lease that we pay every year to use the road maintenance lot down there in the industrial park, and it comes out as an IGC. This is the increase. I think it's a 10% increase. I need to look at that, but it's an annual increase that they add to it. So we pay a yearly amount to have a lot down there on HLB land. This is something new. It just happened. Last year was the first year. This is the second year of charging us a fee.
10% would seem a little high.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think maybe 3 or 2.
Okay, right.
Could be 1.
It's 11, 10.
Okay. Do you want to do the last part?
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, finally!
Motion to adjourn.
And thank you for staying.
There'll be prizes.
So you're all in this agency stuff. So you heard the governors or whether the idea from the Department of Research that we